Jerome Blake, Prime Administrator of ComStar and celebrated hero of the Star League Civil War, collapsed on May 11, 2819, during a meeting of the ComStar First Circuit. Long suffering from health conditions attributed to wounds sustained on Lyran while fighting to liberate Terra alongside Alexander Kerensky, his fall did not immediately raise any alarms. Released from hospital the following morning, just 3 days passed before a grave illness took hold of him. A thorough medical examination revealed the severity of his condition, and the prognosis gave him just a few days at best. That evening, the First Circuit gathered at Blake's home amidst the Green Mountains of Vermont, ostensibly to pay their respects, but the gathering more closely resembled a wake of vultures. Among them were the chief administrators of New Earth and Lyran, Hermann Schweppes and Blake's longtime companion, Konrad Toyama. Schweppes had become the leading voice among the council, and was the main advocate for a more aggressive ComStar, believing that their stockpiled weapons should be used to take control of neighbouring systems, re-establishing the Terran hegemony and potentially even a second Star League. His keen political and business acumen made him the person most likely to succeed Jerome after his passing. Toyama, by contrast, once a close confidant of the Prime Administrator, had become increasingly distant. To outsiders, his relationship with Blake appeared more strained with each passing year, a rumour that was no doubt purported by his political rivals. Though Blake's condition had robbed him of his health, it had not dulled his mind. Also present at his home was Michel Dupree, chief of ComStar's internal security agency, ROM. Personally loyal to the Prime Administrator, a source of great contention among the First Circuit, together they conspired to change the course of history. Dupree agreed to lend our agency's full support to whosoever Blake should name as his chosen successor. Toyama was the last to be called to Blake's bedside, and the two spoke for 3 hours in isolation. Dupree swept the room for bugs ahead of him to ensure their secrecy. Jerome confided in Konrad his fears that ComStar would not long survive him, especially if Schweppes began moving openly, drawing the attention of the Successor Lords. The Great Succession War in 2819 had been raging for more than 3 decades, claiming the lives of tens of billions. This abhorrent loss of life and the corresponding massive decline in technology had radicalized the Prime Administrator. Though some form of ceasefire seemed imminent, nobody truly believed a lasting peace would hold, as animosity between nations and peoples had only grown during the war. Blake feared that if given the chance to rebuild, humanity would be doomed to repeat the same apocalypse within the next 3 decades. And so he charged Toyama with a terrible duty. Rather than allow the successor states time to rearm, he would instead work clandestinely to ensure the war was resumed as soon as possible. In this second succession war, the destruction of mankind's most dangerous weaponry was to be prioritized, until hopefully they lost the ability to wage interstellar war altogether. Only then would ComStar step forward as a bastion of knowledge, and through them, mankind would rise again like a phoenix from the ashes. But such a task was beyond the capabilities of ComStar in its current guise. The organisation would need to transform in order to undertake this radical mission. Here too, Blake had a suggestion. Upon his passing, Toyama would present his carefully doctored journals to the world and work to establish a new technocratic religion, sanctifying their actions up to this point and elevating Blake to sainthood. Though at first appalled at the suggestion, Toyama ultimately accepted his friend's request. At midnight on May 15, 2819, Blake passed in his sleep. Konrad emerged from the room carrying his old master's journals, with a written edict from Blake naming him Prime Administrator. He demanded that its authenticity be affirmed immediately. Dupree backed his claim, and the other chief administrators acceded, if only temporarily. But tensions soon grew, reaching a crescendo when the First Circuit next met in July. Hermann Schweppes took to the floor to outline his plan to conquer the Inner Sphere by force of arms, part of which involved placing Rom under the control of the First Circuit. His proposal had support from several among their ranks, but Toyama would not countenance it, instead demanding his resignation for flagrantly undermining ComStar's neutrality. After adjourning the meeting, Conrad called for Dupree to put in motion the plans they had drawn up over the last 2 months. Within 48 hours, Schweppes and 3 others on the First Circuit were dead. A vicious purge was undertaken by Rom that gutted the organization's leadership. In less than a week, a full 29% of ComStar's administrators were either imprisoned or executed. Some fled Terra and made contact with Davion agents on CAF, where they were offered asylum within the Federated Suns, but pressure from ComStar soon saw them turned over. On July 26th, Konrad Toyama chaired a meeting of the new First Circuit. There, he proclaimed the formation of the ComStar Order, with himself at its head as Primus. With the purge that would later become known as the Purification still fresh in everyone's memory, he was free to reshape the organization as he wished. Conrad began by unveiling their blessed founder's journals, the sacred Word of Blake. Citing passages within as its inspiration, various religious trappings were instituted across all levels of the organization's new hierarchy, and the ROM crackdown ensured that all members of the Order, from lowly acolytes and adepts to the ruling precentors, followed their new directives. Technical operations, once cold and clinical, were now performed with greater ceremony. Lastly, Jerome Blake's body was declared a sacred relic, his corpse embalmed, and placed on display at the Hilton Head Hyperpulse Generator Station, where it has been lying in state for over 2 centuries. In 2820, Toyama toured the successor state capitals, just as his predecessor had at the war's outset, and the following year, the delicate peace Jerome Blake had feared took hold across the Inner Sphere. The First Succession War was over. Planning for the second began immediately. In the aftermath of the brutal First Succession War, a great many problems presented themselves. In the Free Worlds League, before any action could be taken to correct them, the issue of the vacant Captain Generalcy had to be resolved. Thaddeus Marik had been killed in action in one of the final battles of the war, a senseless death given that his posthumous victory was rendered null and void by the Beller Accords. His eldest child, Jeanette, was next in line to the throne, but she surprised everyone when instead she declared in June her intention to join the nascent ComStar Order, with the reins of government instead passing to the middle sibling, Charles Marik. Charles immediately set about strengthening his position, including orchestrating a subterfuge that saw his popular younger brother accused of treason and banished to the Periphery. In Parliament, there was division between those who believed that rearmament was vital, and others who were crying out for aid and reconstruction. The latter camp was championed by House Allison of the Grand Duchy of Oriente, along with their allies the Syrian Concordants. Both provinces lay on the border and had suffered constant attacks during the war. The Captain General, however, erred on the side of those who wanted to channel all available resources into rebuilding the Free Worlds League military. He blocked the proposed reconstruction bill to focus instead on weapons procurement. It was an unpopular decision, and Charles was accused of risking the tenuous peace by undertaking an arms build-up. However, it was ultimately one that would prevent the League's collapse once hostilities resumed. This crash rearmament was a decision mirrored by the other successor states, affirming the belief that none expected the peace to last. Before leaving the First Succession War behind for good, we'll take one last look at the Great House militaries in 2821, at the end of that terrible conflict. The 2820s were a decade of rebuilding for the armies of the Inner Sphere, so it's important to understand where they had been left. They had begun the war in near perfect condition, with all the spare parts and munitions they could hope for, but they had been completely gutted by 3.5 decades of attrition. There are no surviving records for conventional forces, among which the infantry were especially hard hit by the flagrant use of chemical weapons. But we do have numbers for the frontline battlemech regiments, from which we can extrapolate a loose idea as to the condition of the other branches. Reviewing the figures, it becomes clear just how close some of the successor states were to a complete collapse. The Draconis Combine Mustered Soldiery began the war with 146 battlemech regiments, and raised a further 9 over the next 35 years. On the surface, they had lost 22 regiments, plus a pair of Sword of Light units that reformed twice over, to bring them down to a total of 133 at war's end. But counting losses within the surviving units show us that overall, the DCMS lost almost exactly 60% of their battlemech strength, the surviving regiments averaging around 44%, or 4 companies. The Capellan Confederation armed forces began with 118, built 15, lost 25 but reformed Vincent's commandos again, to end the war with 109 regiments. The CCAF had lost a little over 57% of their pre-war capabilities, the survivors again averaging around 43%. The Lyran Commonwealth armed forces started with 120 after the 10th Sky Rangers had already fallen during the Phony War. They constructed the most of anyone at 18, and also privatised the stealths. The LCAF lost 8, including the 2nd Lyran Guards twice, ending the war with 131 regiments, the only realm to have more than they started with. They had been the least impacted by the casualties at under 52%, but the survivors averaged the same 44% readiness. The Free Worlds League military had the fewest mech regiments to begin with at 117, after losing 2 units during the Phony War. 9 more were raised, but 23 were destroyed, including the entirety of the Boland Defenders Brigade, leaving them just 103. Just under 62% losses brought the remaining FWLM units down to an average strength of 44%. The armed forces of the Federated Sons had started with 132 battlemech units, not including the 56th Avalon Hussars lost during the Phony War. Many of those were overstrength reinforced regiments with 4 battalions apiece. 13 new units had been added to the rolls, primarily in the form of military academy training carters, but an abysmal 34 had been destroyed, leaving them 111. They had lost more than 62%, the worst of anyone, but the survivors were just fractionally better prepared than their neighbours, at over 47%. The use of mercenaries increased substantially during the First Succession War. Few of these were fanatically loyal and unlikely to continue fighting for a doomed cause, but at the same time, there were just as many units of questionable loyalty within the regulars. Adding these to our totals gives us a complete picture of the battlemech forces in 2821. Looking at the quality of those units, we can see that proportionally, the number of green forces increased while experienced troops decreased. Life expectancy was so low on the front line that few MechWarriors would live long enough to acquire the skills to become veterans. Likewise, the loyalty of post-war militaries was notably less reliable than before. No matter how dire the situation ever got on the ground, the lowest survival odds belonged to the crews of warships. In 2786, 916 such vessels were known to exist in the successor state navies. A handful had already been lost during the Phony War. In total, just 75 were still in service in 2821. The chances of a warship and her crew making it through to the end were a tiny 8%. Besides those few survivors, ComStar had hidden an unknown but likely small number at secret locations, and in the Periphery, just a single barely functional hulk still lingered in the Hades cluster. In the Draconis Combine, Coordinator Jinjiro Kurita found himself unqualified for the task of rebuilding his battered nation. Very much a wartime leader, he struggled to handle the more mundane elements of government, turning instead to his half-brother Zabu Kurita. The relationship between the two was distinctly atypical, one that could only have arisen in a realm like the Combine that places such emphasis on martial prowess and demands high respect for one's elders. Jinjiro himself was the son of his father's concubine. As such, he would never have been in line to rule, but with his military academy record being so exemplary, Minoru ultimately decided to recognize him as his heir. Zabu, meanwhile, the true-blood descendant of Minoru and his wife, but 10 years Jinjiro's junior, was content to be subservient to his half-brother while living a life of luxury at home. During the war, he had proved a capable logistics officer in the Draconis Combine mustered soldiery, but this won him little acclaim. His talents did not go unnoticed by Jinjiro, however, who now sought to employ them during the short peace they had won. Zabu Kurita was appointed the People's Reconstruction Effort Coordinator, establishing the PRE Academy on Dover soon after. Zabu also introduced the infamous company store policy in 2822 for dealing with mercenaries. The idea was to offer monetary incentives for agreeing to purchase all their supplies through Kurita's requisitions department. However, the increased payouts would obscure the even greater costs, gradually making those units in their employ indebted to House Kurita, until eventually they would be forced to permanently join the DCMS as a way of avoiding bankruptcy. 2822 saw a number of new mercenary regiments come onto the scene, and others disappear. Duke in exile Lawrence Nelson had returned to his homeworld 2 years prior at the head of the newly formed 12th Vegan Rangers. After launching a counter-coup to reclaim his position, he agreed to continue his service to House Davion along with his regiment. The Capellans suffered an early loss when 2 of the Andurian Hussars mutinied after being repeatedly passed over for resupply, joining Steiner as the dismal disinherited. Liao would recoup some of these losses when survivors of the Fomorians entered service with the 12th Star Guard the following year as Paget's war ponies. Within the Free Worlds League, Cilicia's Defiants were very nearly destroyed by a then unknown attacker. We know now it was a covert raid by the Capellan cuirassiers to weaken their opponent ahead of the outbreak of war. First Prince Paul Davion was another who was spreading his responsibilities among trusted family members. His brother Peter was highly placed in the military, while his brother-in-law Lord William Stuart was a strong political supporter. Discourse was already breaking down between the Capellan Confederation and Federated sons. In October of 2822, ambassadors arrived on Cyan to discuss terms for a prisoner transfer. Chancellor Ilsa Liao demanded a high price to release her captives, and threatened that if they did not pay, she would order their death. Her guests balked at the initial offer and tried to negotiate a lesser sum, but to no avail. On Christmas Day, Ilsa tired of their stalling. 20 POWs were marched out and executed, among them 2 generals and a high-ranking marshal. The First Prince eventually caved on January 30th, dispatching 2 jump ships laden with goods to buy the freedom of the other hostages. The whole ordeal soured any chance of a post-war working relationship between the 2 states right from the start. Within the Lyran Commonwealth, the Estates General reconvened in 2822 for the first time in over a decade. One of the key points of discussion in government was Konrad Toyama's decision to increase costs on using the HBG network. The organisation had just unveiled their new sigil, and their religious metamorphosis was making those around them wary. The Archon was in poor health at this point in his life, and on June 14, 2823, Richard Steiner passed away, leaving control of the realm to his son Marcus. He faced an immediate crisis of his own design when, together with the Estates General, he passed the Reclamation Act, a bill aimed at taxing ComStar as a foreign organisation doing business within their realm. In its entire existence up to this point, ComStar had never overtly taken a stand against one of the successor states. The emergence of ROM had shown that they were willing and able to resist any attempts at espionage against them, but no one foresaw how Toyama would respond to the Reclamation Act. On October 3, 2823, in a first for the Holy Order, he declared the interdiction of the Lyran capital Tharkad, cutting it off from the HBG network and the wider Inner Sphere. Coming at a time when the Lyran Commonwealth was frantically trying to organise its recovery efforts, the interdiction had disastrous ramifications. So much power was centralised on that one planet that their already unstable economy was thrown into the lurch. The Lyran Intelligence Corps also had their work disrupted at a time when a resumption of hostilities seemed probable. Coming so soon after the end of the First Succession War, their neighbours were not in a position to take advantage, but the successor states did learn from this unwelcome revelation several key lessons. First, they had wildly underestimated just how much control ComStar had over them by being the sole provider of interstellar communications. Having to rely on jump ships to physically carry messages was simply not practical, especially given their recent scarcity. Second, they saw that the centralised way their governments were structured risked opening themselves to new dangers if anyone were daring enough to attack a capital's HBG directly. The trappings of feudalism had been in evidence within the Inner Sphere for many centuries by this point, but now more than ever there was a push towards regional command and control, each nation adopting a more feudal system of government. While the Lyran struggled, Toyama again toured the stars in 2824, this time on a recruitment drive. He paid particular attention to the neglected Periphery, which his predecessor had largely written off. The Primus was looking to rebuild his staff with individuals who had not known the old ComStar, who he could more easily manipulate into believing the pseudo-religious explanations on how their technology worked. Marcus Steiner held firm against ComStar for as long as he could, but increasing pressure from those around him eventually forced him to concede defeat in the autumn of 2824. Toyama ordered the interdiction lifted 72 hours later, 400 days after it had begun. Their triumph over the Lyran Commonwealth was celebrated among ComStar's first SUCKit. They had proven themselves capable of standing up to the might of a successor state. The Primus had achieved everything he set out to with the interdiction. Buoyed by this victory, Konrad Toyama began formulating more sinister plans. Before the decade was out, his manipulation of events behind the scenes would plunge humanity into the bloody inferno that was the Second Succession War. In 2824, the Lyran Commonwealth Armed Forces returned what few surviving jump ships they had commandeered back to civilian control. This was done so on the condition that each vessel undertake at least 3 mercy missions to those colonies worst affected by the drop in inter-system trade. For many, this was too little, too late. More than one Lyran traitor cited the deaths of their family to starvation as the incident that had incited them to seek vengeance. Like the other successor lords, Marcus Steiner believed that the war would soon resume. The Lyran industrial bases had been hit hard by enemy raids, hamstringing their efforts to maintain their military equipment. The Archon wanted to minimize the risk to these key assets, and so he ordered the relocation of as many factories as could be moved to safer regions away from the vulnerable borders. This process was enormously expensive, but Marcus kept quiet about where he found the funds to undertake this. Upon taking office, he had discovered some embarrassing information about his predecessors. Throughout the latter years of the Star League, House Steiner had been embezzling huge amounts of money and pouring it directly into the royal family's coffers. Steiner's decision to use these cash reserves now would deflect some of the public outrage should this ever come to light, but also no doubt soothed his own conscience. Not all of the successor lords were so charitable. In 2825, Captain General Charles Marik passed an executive order which redirected all fines issued for the sale of restricted items into his own bank accounts. Jinjiro Kurita's mental state had become increasingly unsound after the end of the First Succession War, and by late 2824, he frequently lapsed into wild, violent episodes in which he would attack anyone around him. Knowledge of his condition was heavily suppressed by the internal security force. The coordinator did not feel able to step down as he believed his half-brother Zabu lacked the authority to lead the Combine in a war, especially since he did not have the backing of the district warlords. Reviewing footage of his psychotic breaks, Jinjiro observed that even when he was in a murderous rage, his strategic mind never deserted him. Kurita concluded that he could best employ what mental capacity he had left if the war resumed sooner rather than later. To that end, he began planning what would become known as the Chain Gang missions. Drawing from prisons and penal colonies, so-called unproductives would be used as a disposable tool against his enemies. Approximately 3 regiments of ad hoc forces were assembled, and equipped with battle mechs his military had deemed beyond salvageable. In exchange for their freedom, the Draconis Combine would drop them across the border, where they would then proceed to cause as much destruction as possible, and withdraw when challenged by the garrison. First targeted was the Federated Sons in December of 2824. Their primary objective was simply to disrupt any preparation that might be underway for a resumption of Davion's counterattack. A dozen or so worlds were hit, including the former Combine planet Udibi. Individual chain gangs were rarely larger than a company, and usually were wiped out in the first engagement. Often, they surrendered as soon as they were able, not trusting the Combine to follow through on their offer of clemency. They were right to be skeptical, as no sooner had the dropships deposited them on planet, they headed back to their jump ship and departed. The armed forces of the Federated Sons offered them little mercy, still outraged about the Kintari massacre and death of so many of their citizens. Ironically, among the chain gangs were several who had served on that cursed planet, often imprisoned for failing to execute the natives. The AFF's response came swiftly when they briefly seized control of Shi'at, only to withdraw after another chain gang mission hit them in June. DCMS raids had never completely stopped during the interwar years, as no peace was ever agreed upon. But this was the first time the Coordinator had ordered a series of attacks as part of a larger operation. To help stem the tide, Paul Davion elevated his uncle, Thomas Holder Davion, the mastermind behind the successful counteroffensive during the First Succession War, to the position of Field Marshal, and gave him complete control over the Kurita border. The raids would increase in frequency over the next 3 years, by which point the two sides were in open conflict. Some would argue that this marked the beginning of the Second Succession War, though the general consensus is that it wasn't until all fronts had become engaged that it truly commenced. The marginal success achieved against the Federated Sons convinced Jinjiro to broaden the scope of the chain gang missions to include the Lyran Commonwealth. The ISF had been busy infiltrating the nation, sabotaging several efforts to rebuild their damaged factories. A mole in the Tamar government kept them well informed on where the Lyrans were focusing their attention and where they were weakest. Lacking the numbers to undertake the desired strikes, the coordinator turned to Amphigean Agriculture Inc. Their security group had served as private defense contractors during the war, protecting the company's assets and neighboring towns from raiding. But now Kurita offered to hire them as mercenaries. Together, they formed the Amphigean Light Assault Group to bolster the chain gangs. 5 experienced battalions not bound by the same code of honor that would have made using the DCMS to conduct such unsavory actions difficult. The strikes on the Commonwealth, beginning in March 2825, hit 24 systems with varying degrees of success as before. Some were stopped with minimal effort, whereas others caused major disruption. On Tamar, 3 mech production lines were destroyed before the raiders were apprehended. Unbeknownst to both sides, ComStar was also complicit in the destruction. By delaying the calls for aid coming from the border worlds, they allowed the chain gangs more time to carry out their objectives, furthering their new goal of ushering in a technological decline across the Inner Sphere. A minor setback for the Combine occurred along the Outworlds Alliance border. The Paul Bunyan Regiment rebelled against the new company store policy, which had seen them quickly become indebted to the Draconis Combine Procurement Division. In protest, they raided the warehouses for the parts they needed, requiring 2 regiments of the Gallatin Regulars to be dispatched in June to restore order. With the leadership removed, the unit would remain on the rolls for a few more years before being broken up and its members spread across the DCMS. This rebellion was offset by the addition of the Lone Star Regiment to their mercenary portfolio, while in other regions of space, Kunanun joined the Capellans and Boudica's Wrath the Freeworlds, followed by the Abased the next year. Jinjiro Kurita was paying no mind to the trouble on Slatus, however, because far more troubling news was coming from the opposite corner of the realm. The warlord of Razelhague, Taisho Munitori, was dispatching urgent messages to the capital that warned of an imminent invasion from beyond the Inner Sphere. On June 9th, an unknown force had appeared along the Periphery border on the planet Svelvik. The local militia was handily dispatched by what appeared to be an elite force who seized food and supplies from the planet's stores and then promptly departed, only to reappear on December 17th at the prefecture capital Trondheim. There, the DCMS garrison was once again swept aside with ease, and this time the invaders ransacked the mayor's office complex, apparently searching for information. Learning the identity of this mystery attacker fell to the ISF, who consulted the records within Zabu Kurita's new PRE Academy. While reviewing the unit's markings, they uncovered a disturbing link. Their insignia was that of the Terran region Minnesota, and the only known unit on which said state appeared was the 331st Royal Battlemech Division of the Star League Defense Force. The possibility that Alexander Kerensky was about to lead his exiled army back into the Inner Sphere caused mass panic within the Draconis Combine, and all military activity ceased while they prepared for a worst-case scenario. This gave the Lyran Commonwealth the chance to launch retaliatory strikes of their own. LIC agents had identified several targets of opportunity, and in May 2826, a battalion was dispatched to each. One of the heroes of the Lyran war effort during the First Succession War was the former Rimworld's officer General Raymond Hempstead. His efforts to retrain forces along the Draconis border in fast attack tactics proved a great success, as each raiding party returned intact. Watching with interest events unfolding along the Kuritan borders, Konrad Toyama was approached by the ambitious precentor of Barnard, Judy Cheney. She believed that ComStar could better pursue its goals if it had the ability to disseminate information among the citizens of the Inner Sphere directly. To that end, she proposed the creation of the ComStar News Bureau, a supposedly unbiased and impartial news network that could be used to stir the pot and hopefully incite further aggression between the successor states. Toyama was convinced, and with Judy Cheney at its head, the Bureau began operating just as the Lyran raids got underway. At first, the more authoritarian states of the Capellan Confederation and Draconis Combine tried to restrict syndication, but ComStar made it clear that continued use of their HPGs was dependent on them being allowed to broadcast without interference. The news that ComStar focused on was deliberately inflammatory, highlighting and exaggerating the raiding taking place along the Combine's borders, while also criticizing House Kurita for being unable to deal with the so-called Minnesota tribe. Their reports seemed timely, as the suspected SLDF unit rematerialized at Jarrett on August 19th, again striking with near impunity. On January 11th, 2827, the merchant freighter Chahar Prophet, on a mercy mission to take a grain shipment to Chandler, misjumped into the Combine system Darius. They were noticed almost immediately, and the vessel was seized the next day, but not before dispatching a rare pigeon jump drone back to the Lyran Commonwealth. That a civilian vessel was in possession of such a sophisticated piece of equipment was an indication that not all was as it seemed. The jump to Darius had in fact been intentional, their mission to recover LIC agents on the planet. Rescuing the Lyran intelligence operatives was going to require a very carefully planned operation. Stepping forward to lead this expedition was Raymond Hempstead himself. Once again reforming the legendary stealths unit from the few survivors of the First War, 15 elite MechWarriors with an average age of 63 were dispatched alongside an aerospace and marine support force to recover Chahar Prophet and its occupants. On February 21st, LCS Yo Mama materialized in system, with the strike team making landfall 2 days later. A lightning raid was able to free the captives, recover the agents, and retake control of the commandeered jump ship, returning them all safely to the Lyran Commonwealth, and bringing the people of Chandler the food supplies they had been counting on. The brilliant success of the operation prompted Hempstead to expand the stealths up to a full battalion. Just a couple of weeks after the Chahar Prophet incident, the Minnesota tribe appeared yet again on March 9th, this time at Richmond. There they struck with their signature precision at the new penitentiary filled with political dissidents. The Guard could not hope to stand against a unit outfitted with cutting-edge Star League equipment and were promptly disarmed. Lifting off-world with thousands of liberated prisoners, they departed as swiftly as they had arrived. ComStar by this point was as concerned about reports of the Star League's return as House Kurita, and attempted to track their movement through uncolonized space. Their last contact was on the Outworld's border in the Valentina system, after which all trace of the Minnesota tribe disappeared back into the Periphery. And to this day, that is where the mystery ends. Despite the seemingly imminent return of Kerensky or his descendants, nothing ever materialized. The unanswered question is, are they still out there? In early 2827, Primus Konrad Toyama called for a meeting of the First Circuit. He was quite satisfied with the way the Draconis Combine was ramping up their aggression along their borders, but the rest of the Inner Sphere did not seem as willing to get embroiled in yet another succession war. To gently encourage them towards that goal, Toyama proposed Operation Divine Intervention. It was easy enough fanning the flames between Steiner and Kurita by leaking ISF activities to Loki through the ComStar News Bureau, but they also exacerbated the tension between Liao and Davion by reporting on inflammatory discussions within the Capellan House of Scions to the Ministry of Information, Intelligence and Operations. The Free Worlds League remained aloof, however. Toyama bided his time, waiting for an opportunity. In January 2828, Kuritan raiders launched a retaliatory strike on Chandler in retribution for their embarrassing defeat the previous year. This attack was doomed to fail though, as Hempstead's newly expanded stealths made short work of them. Nevertheless, as fear of the Minnesota tribe's return faded, the action along the borders increased again. Another mercenary unit, the Armoured Combat Escalation Service, was taken on by Kurita to facilitate this. By the end of the year, the DCMS had begun raiding both the Federated Sons and Lyran Commonwealth in earnest. To counter this, Hempstead began rebuilding his Greyhounds from survivors of the doomed raid on Otho, the unit returning to the roles of the LCAF the next year. Relations between the Freewells League and Lyran Commonwealth had remained civil for the most part, but a situation on Wyatt was leading to them becoming ever more strained. What should have been a run-of-the-mill prisoner exchange that December began to drag on. The lead negotiators, Kendall Marik and Rebecca Steiner Nelson, apparently shared some history, complicating matters unnecessarily. However awkward things were between the diplomats, discourse completely broke down when unknown battlemechs raided the planet. Both sides blamed the other, and a last-minute effort by the Commonwealth's second negotiator to re-establish talks was cut short by their assassination. Whoever was behind those actions, war between the two parties was now all but assured. The First Succession War ended inconclusively on so many key issues that a resumption of hostilities was all but inevitable. Primary objectives, both political and military, remained untaken despite tens of billions of lives lost in that acquisition. One such contested region of space lay along the Capellan Confederation Federated Sons border, the Chesterton salient jutting into the Liao realm like an eternal thorn in their side. Half a millennia of fighting between them had not resolved matters. Even during the long years of the Star League, the debate raged constantly, erupting into violence during the League's final years. Continued antagonism to this day over who has the rightful claim to the world will likely ensure that no peace can ever be achieved. Its location on the border guarantees that neither of the great houses will ever give up on their ambition to claim Chesterton, and it has become symbolic of one realm's might over the other. Many assumed that the devastation wrought during the First Succession War would prevent any of the Great House militaries from being able to muster the same kind of numbers as before. Certainly, none have ever compared to the incredible 50 battlemech regiments that Jinjiro Kurita led into the Federated Sons in 2787, but the other successor states had never mobilized more than 10 mech regiments at once. In the opening salvo of the Second Succession War, both Davion and Liao were looking to launch the largest campaign in their history, more than double any prior effort either realm had undertaken in a single year. By 2828, war had once again broken out along the Draconis Combine Fed-Sons border. First Prince Paul Davion was content to let his marshals handle affairs with House Kurita, as he had in his mind the goal of securing Chesterton once and for all. Operation Dow, which would call for a full 20 battlemech regiments to drive into the coreward end of the Confederation, while another 20 remained in reserve or launched diversionary raids, was scheduled to commence in February. The armed forces of the Federated Sons spent months redeploying to the Capellan border ahead of the planned offensive. Paul's grandfather, John Davion, had been prevented from launching his own campaign by Jinjiro Kurita's shocking invasion, but Paul would not miss his opportunity. However, the scarcity of jump ships available post-Succession War meant that moving his forces took much longer than expected. Dow was shifted back to April, then postponed again to commence in August. But Paul Davion wasn't the only successor lord whose sights were centered on Chesterton. Chancellor Ilsa Liao had tried unsuccessfully to seize the planet 16 years prior. She and her strategic military advisor, Sandal Quinn, had formulated a plan to remove the Davion salient and rebuild the fractured commonality, Operation Celt. The primary objectives were Chesterton, Demeter, Sanilac, and Tawas, with staging posts established on Olmec, Sonia, Tiananmen, and Ulaanbaatar to support the assault. So much of the First Succession War had been spent on the defensive for the Capellans, as the Free Worlds League cut vast swaths out of their territory. But now that front was quiet, and House Marik showed no imminent signs of resuming the conflict. The Capellan Confederation armed forces began redeploying across to the Davion border. To avoid exposing themselves to opportunistic Free Worlds raids, Liao's intelligence agency, the Maskarovka, went into a flurry of activity, obscuring the departure of the border garrisons by maintaining a normal level of traffic and communications in the region. Their Marik counterparts, SAFE, were one of the worst affected by the First Succession War, and failed to notice the deception. An attack on Kwamashu by the Capellan reserves ensured that the Andurian province was only thinking defensively. With a far narrower realm to navigate, the CCAF could maneuver much quicker than the AFFS. In total, 16 BattleMech regiments and 2 of the Navy's last surviving warships were ready to move against the Federated Suns by the end of May. For the second time in 2 succession wars, the First Prince was beaten to the punch. The first wave of attacks would take aim at secondary targets rimward of Chesterton, diverting attention from and preventing reinforcement of their main objective. Caught unprepared, Boeotia and Smolensk quickly fell to the Confederation, a surprising result for what was only supposed to be a raid. Similarly, on Baal's retreat and Beten Katos, the garrison was crushed by arriving Liao forces, while Capellan mercenaries conducted their own raid on Emerson. Only on Edwards did the Deneb Light Cavalry come close to victory. Regardless, the unit was tied down defending their homeworld, and unable to lend support for Chesterton. On June 2nd, the CCAF arrived at the industrial world of Cathil. Leading them was the Chancellor's daughter, Lorelei Liao. Unlike her mother, whose domain was politics, Lorelei was a skilled tactician and MechWarrior. Despite the numbers disadvantage, she was able to lead her unit brilliantly, though the Davion forces kept her raiders away from the priceless factories. The same day they made landfall, more troops were arriving at Demeter to begin the main thrust of Operation Celt. The garrison, commanded by Damian Hassick, were quickly pushed into a retreat, little more than a battalion escaping from the encirclement. It was only when the CCAF made landfall across the border that Liao discovered just how close to becoming the victims of an invasion they had come. The Maskarovka was not the worst affected by the First Succession War, but every realm had lost the vast majority of their foreign spies. To prevent any sort of counterattack, Quinn's army continued to expand their raids, this time hitting Mendham, locking down another 2 regiments. The invasion of Sanilac and Tawas followed, and it's here that things began to turn ugly. The garrison on Sanilac missed their opportunity to strike at the clumsy landing the Tikonov Lancers made, and soon found themselves on the back foot. Their floundering commander, Kit Dubonnet, drew up plans to employ chemical weapons, regardless of the cost in life it would have on the population he was supposed to be defending. On Tawas, Belinda's irregulars were functionally decapitated when their commander was shot down in the first engagement, and their headquarters hit by a strategic nuclear bomb. It was the first such detonation of the Second Succession War, and it signified that the Inner Sphere had learned nothing, and likewise, nothing was off the table. The battle for Chesterton itself commenced on June 18th. 2 BattleMech and 6 conventional regiments made landfall, their path to the world cleared by CCS Poznan and Prominence. In opposition stood 2 mech units and 2 mixed regiments of the March Militia. The Cruces Lancers decided to oppose the landing at the capital aggressively, preventing any sort of breakout until the Liao commander approved the use of chemical weapons to drive off the Davion infantry. The other landing went smoothly for the CCAF, but they were drawn into a feint by the March Militia, allowing the Deneb Light Cavalry to maneuver to their rear. The battle began to devolve into a stalemate. One final diversionary raid was undertaken by the Capellans to tie up yet more hostile forces at Orbisonia. Believing that the campaign would benefit from her presence at the front and willingness to do battle personally, Chancellor Ilse Liao made landfall on June 19th. Escorting her were the Red Lancers, and she had also secured permission from the ruling prefects to use their Prefectorate Guard, as she was herself a member of that council. These two elite units made short work of the defenders and secured valuable supplies from the capital city. Their celebration came too early, however, as the next morning the Davion assault guards arrived on planet ahead of the now abandoned Operation Dao. Until this point, the Chancellor's forces held a significant weight advantage, but now they were outnumbered and outgunned. The lighter Hussars mechs were able to continually harass them as Liao tried to withdraw, giving the assault guards time to catch up. The CCAF again turned to chemical weapons to try and create an opening for themselves. As all three Davion regiments closed in for the kill, Ilse Liao made the decision to break off from her unit and hold the line while they loaded into their dropships. The Chancellor's Guard stood beside her, and together they delayed pursuit long enough for 80% of her force to escape from Orbisonia. On June 24th, Ilse Liao went out in a blaze of glory, her company of MechWarriors holding back the better part of 3 regiments for 38 minutes before she fell, the first Chancellor to die in combat in Capellan history. In honour of her sacrifice, the Red Lancers have since become known as the Red Heart Guard. News of her death spread like wildfire. Her daughter Lorelei Liao, engaged on Cathil just one jump away, was unhappily proclaimed the new Chancellor. Understanding the disaster that was about to unfold, she ordered the immediate withdrawal of all forces engaged in Operation Celt. Their conquests on Boeotia and Smolensk were abandoned, and her orders arrived on Sanilak just in time to prevent Dubonnet from unleashing his planned chemical counterstrike. At Demeter, Damian Hasek had managed to turn the rout of his Syrtis Fusiliers into a near victory, one that was completed when reinforcements arrived on the 30th and the enemy withdrew. On Chesterton, things were even worse for the CCAF. The arrival of FSS Nathan Duval and Pleiades coincided with the attack group's departure. Almost a third of them were killed in space, as were the Capellan warships, at the cost of only the smaller Davion vessel. Paul Davion rejoiced as Operation Celt disintegrated before him. In just 1 month, they had driven back the largest Capellan assault in history. Unfortunately, those troops had fought well, all had taken damage. Regrettably, Operation Dao could no longer proceed. It was only after the battle on Orbisonia concluded, when the Chancellor's body was identified on June 29th, that the AFFS realised she had been present. Though the two nations were now at war, ComStar was able to peacefully facilitate the transfer of her casket back to Cyan in time for a state funeral on October 19th. Their motivation for doing so was to harden the resolve of the Capellan people, ensuring the war between the two states would not end quickly. In April 28-29, the First Prince relocated his headquarters to the Capellan March capital. Despite the battering his armed forces had taken the previous year, he still had enough troops on hand to launch some sort of campaign against the Confederation, ultimately deciding on 2 separate offensives, with diversionary raids brimwood of both. In total, over 17 AFFS mech regiments were involved in the 28-29 counterattacks. The first of these, Operation Rain, was aimed at the Sarna commonality. The defensive line was relatively weak here after the failed Capellan invasion. The First Prince dispatched 6 regiments and a supporting mercenary battalion in May, including 2 of the elite Davion Brigade of Guards, as the opening gambit for his campaign. By and large, the defenders folded quickly, with some planets changing hands just days after their arrival. The Battle for Westphalia, by contrast, was a long, protracted slog, centering around a rare blue water naval campaign. On Farwell, the mercenaries proved more of a challenge than expected for the Davion Light Guards. The 42nd Strikers hoped to hold on until reinforcements arrived, but when the St. Ives commonalty came under attack as well, it became clear that there would be no reinforcements. The ex-SLDF unit's honourable conduct in dealing with captured POWs during the Battle for Farwell secured them safe passage from the Davion commander to leave the planet unmolested. This is an early example of mercenaries directly benefiting by adhering to the unwritten rules of war. In turn, those houses who offered fair treatment to the defeated freelancers increased their odds of successfully hiring them down the line, benefiting both parties. In later decades, mercs would champion a return to the old Ares conventions. This is especially the case in modern-day 3025, though a unit's financial health is often closely tied to how scrupulous they can afford to be. On June 7th, Paul Davion held a ceremony on New Syrtis for Damian Hasek in recognition of his service on Demeter during Operation Celt, elevating the Hasek family to command of the entire Capellan March. Damian could not relax into his new role, as Paul immediately tasked him with doubling the number of military recruits coming from that region of the Federated Sons. Also awarded honours was Major Margaret Ross, though the difference in social class between Duke Damian Hasek and the mercenary Maggie Ross meant the two did not mix. Her actions on Tawas as a captain of Belinda's irregulars had held the unit together after the shocking nuclear strike. Against all odds, they had managed to repulse the invasion. The Major became co-founder and executive officer of the new mercenary command, the Bloody Sons, formed from survivors of her old unit and those of Simpson's Samurai. On October 27th, 7 more AFFS mech regiments moved en masse, heading for the Chesterton and Tikonov commonalities as part of Operation Sun. To prevent any Capellan units redeploying coreward to reinforce the line, several raids were made against the St. Ives commonalty, involving another 4 regiments on each side. The largest battle took place on Mirak, though the 15th Dracon never participated in the meat grinder the Tikonov Lancers were caught in. Barely any of the regulars escaped the planet. The defenders on Sonia were similarly hard hit. Elsewhere, fighting was more sporadic, with the Liao troops withdrawing after it was confirmed that no reinforcements would be dispatched. The Bloody Sons had their first outing on Mira, but it proved as costly as the battles that had nearly ruined their old unit. Liao chemical weapons inflicted devastating losses, very nearly claiming the life of Maggie Ross. Damian Hasek ordered in reinforcements, and gave permission for the aerospace fighters to drop a nuclear bomb on the Chesterton cavalry in retribution. Ross was evacuated to New Syrtis to recover, and while there, she and Hasek became romantically involved. In the St. Ives commonalty, the strike on Teng proved to be the most costly for both sides, as the new Chancellor Lorelei Liao approved the use of chemical weapons in defense of her own world on December 18th. In retaliation, the First Prince gave his own consent for a nuclear strike on the Capellan staging ground, the second of its kind in 2 months. Liao soon learned that Paul Davion had prohibited his commanders from employing such devices. Only the Marchdukes could authorize weapons of mass destruction, and only then in response to enemy WMDs. In subsequent years, an unofficial prescription on those extreme tactics developed between the two warring houses. Despite their fantastic successes, the Federated Sons soon had to realize that the time for just 2 houses focusing all their attention on one another would soon pass. A raid on Canard along the Outworld's border reminded them of the ever-present danger that Kurita posed. It did, however, net them an unexpected bounty. Recovered from a crashed dropship were its cryptographic decoders, and the MIIO worked feverishly to decipher as many DCMS communications as they could. It was too late to prevent a raid on New Aberdeen in the new year, but Davion could see a much larger operation was about to commence. Meanwhile, the Fusiliers of Oriente returned to Kwamashu in 2830, taking it back for the Free Worlds League. The Capellans also had to accept that their position on Shadar was untenable, and reluctantly withdrew in February. Until this point, a large-scale resumption of hostilities had been limited to just the Capellan Fedsons front, but in 2830, the Second Succession War would begin in earnest. When the First Succession War concluded in 2821, every successor state was on the verge of collapse. Dozens of systems had been abandoned, and uncountable millions left to starve so that the struggling war effort could continue. When the last offensive finally petered out, it was the hope of many that the ruling houses would use the peace to rebuild the ruined cities of the Inner Sphere, and return life to how things were under the Star League. Needless to say that this did not happen. No one in government was under any illusions. The fighting had stopped not because their neighbours wanted to make peace, but because they could no longer physically make war. The ability to wage war again was the first thing the Successor Lords pushed for. Every ounce of effort went into reconstructing the damaged weapons factories and rebuilding their battered militaries. You might suspect that this proved unpopular at home, leading to mass civil unrest, but in actuality, the interior regions of the successor states were largely behind the decision. A callousness had developed among the people of the Inner Sphere that meant they cared little for the suffering of their own citizens along the borders. They accepted the decision pragmatically, and passively went without in so many aspects just so that they could feel safe that the fighting would remain a distant concern, happening far outside their field of view. The sad fact was that so many had been killed or cut off along the borders that there weren't enough voices left to oppose them. Earlier in our history of the Second Succession War, we looked at the sorry state of the Inner Sphere militaries at the end of the last conflict in 2821. In this chapter, we will review the incredible rebuilding effort the Great Houses undertook over the 9 years since. The degree to which they were able to rearm is miraculous, considering the devastation unleashed following the fall of the Star League. By 2830, a further 7 systems had been depopulated for one reason or another. Since none of those were attacked that decade, we can reasonably argue that they were delayed casualties of the First Succession War, bringing the total number of dead systems up to 166. This was barely offset by a handful of new colonies founded in the 2820s, Fable and Kettering in the Federated Suns, Astrocascia and Santander out in the Periphery, and Achtur and Christinia were resettled in the Capellan Confederation and Draconis Combine respectively. Overall military industrial capacity had made a remarkable recovery to almost 82% of 2786 figures. Shipbuilding was just shy of 58%, though the vast majority of surviving naval yards were now entirely dedicated to constructing jump ships. Warships were virtually extinct. The Lyran Commonwealth remained the benchmark for the other nations, with the Free Worlds League producing around 72% of their output, the Draconis Combine around 66%, the Federated Suns 60%, the Capellan Confederation just 55%, and the Periphery as a whole 31%. Marik controlled the highest number of functioning shipyards at 9. Kurita and Steiner both had 8, Davion 6, Liao 5, and the Periphery states 4 between them. Surviving records from the dawn of the Second Succession War allow us to look in detail at the state of the Inner Sphere militaries in 2830. The overall number of regiments had recovered to around 80% of 2786 figures, though their equipment and condition was no doubt inferior. The industrial might of the Lyran Commonwealth actually allowed them to match their old numbers, but the others fell well short. More information is available on the battle mech units, so we shall examine that branch of the military in greater detail. The battlemech forces of the Draconis Combine mustered soldiery had doubled in size since the end of the First Succession War, back to just over 80% of their former strength. They had founded only a single additional regiment in the last 9 years, bringing them to a total of 134. Average readiness levels were around 89%. The DCMS can be broken down as follows. Closest to Terra were the Davion regulars, primarily deployed against the Lyrans, with less focus on their rimward border. The Benjamin regulars supported them, splitting their forces equally between Davion and Steiner fronts. The Galladon and Razelhague regulars faced off against the Federated Sons and Lyran Commonwealth respectively. The Pesht regulars had been redeployed to their Periphery border, still fearing the return of the Star League Defense Force in the wake of the Minnesota tribe. The Anting Legion and Sunzang Academy Cadre were almost exclusively deployed to the Galactic South, with a few garrisons on important capitals. The Arkab Legion had arrayed 2 regiments each against Davion, Liao, and Steiner, while the Proserpina Hussars focused only on the former. The elite Sword of Light Brigade was likewise aimed primarily at the more aggressive Federated Sons, with only the 8th Sword of Light up by the Tamar Pact. The Capellan Confederation armed forces had already launched a major offensive and suffered a humiliating counterattack before our detailed records begin in 2830. They may have also doubled in size were it not for their fresh losses, but as such fell just short of that target. They had recovered to almost 78% of the CCAR from 2786, and the average regiment was at 87% strength. The mutiny of 2 units and the loss of 1 more in combat the previous year gave them a total of 106 mech regiments. The Tikonov Lancers were the most forward placed brigade, primarily deployed to face the Draconis Combine and Free Wills League. Covering their flank were the Chesterton Reserves, formerly the Chesterton Regulars, spread between the 3 commonalities along the Terran end of the Federated Sons border. The majority of the Liao Guards were ready to respond to any Free Wills aggression. The Capellan Chargers had been entirely wiped out during the First Succession War, leaving the Liao Lancers and a pair of reserves to provide protection for the forward half of the Confederation. The Andurian Hussars and St. Ives Armoured Cavalry were deployed within their respective commonalities. The Cyan Dragoons were positioned along both their right flanks, split between the Davion and Marik border, while a handful kept watch over the Periphery. The Confederation Reserve Cavalry was spread out to bolster any weak points in their border defence. The Capellan Hussars still served as the nation's elite, and as such were focused in the forward half of the realm where fighting was expected to be thickest. The Lyran Commonwealth Armed Forces had done the impossible and now fielded almost 2.1 times as many battlemechs as they had at the end of the last war, fractionally more than they had at the beginning of the previous conflict, the only nation to have increased their mech count. It's worth stressing again that many of those battlemechs were in a sorry condition, often rebuilt from salvage, unlike the pristine forces of 2786. In addition to those units raised by Hempstead to defend against the chain gangs, the Arcturan Guards, Donegal Guards, and Sky Rangers had all reformed one of their destroyed formations, bringing the LCAF total to 134 regiments and the Stealths Battalion. Average readiness sat at just under 90%. The Sky Rangers were the closest to Terra, all stationed within their home federation. The Hesperus Guards remained nearby to defend that key installation. Other brigades that were clustered together included the Donegal Regulars along the Free Wills League border, the Sakhalin Regulars along the Draconis Combine one, and the elite Royal Guards around the capital of Tharkad. The small Odessa and York Regular brigades, as well as the Stealths, were mainly garrisoning the Tamar Pact to protect from Kuritan aggression. The Arcturan Guards, all 5 divisions of the Lyran Guards, and the Lyran Regulars were scattered across the realm, in place to defend any local objectives or exploit a weakness in the enemy line. The Donegal Guards were similarly spread all across the spinward half of the Commonwealth. The Free Wills League military may have matched their Lyran neighbours' growth in percentage terms, but they were down to just 78% of their First Succession War peak, a mere 103 regiments with an average strength of 91%. The minor provinces of the Syrian Concordance and Border Protectorate lay nearest to Terra, with their few mech forces close at hand. The solitary Marik Guard was only a few jumps away, and the Stuart Dragoons were likewise clustered in that corner of the League. Spread along the forward half of the Capellan border were the Oriente Hussars. The Orloff Grenadiers were responsible for incursions from the Sarna and Capella commonalities, the Fusiliers of Oriente watched over the Cyan commonality, and the defenders of Andurian kept an eye on their Confederation counterparts. The Bolan defenders were one of the casualties of the First Succession War. As such, the Regulan Hussars had redeployed the majority of their brigade to the Lyran Commonwealth border, supported by most of the elite Freewells Guards. The Atrian Dragoons and Marik militia were spread all along both hostile borders, with a few of the latter in position to watch the periphery. Like the Capellans, the armed forces of the Federated Sons had already undertaken a large campaign by 2830, so it's impossible to tell just how much they rebuilt in the interwar years, but it was at least by a factor of 1.9. This gave them a paltry 72% of their former battlemech strength, equivalent to just 108 regiments and an additional 5 training battalions, with the average unit sitting at around 91% readiness. The Federated Sons was the only realm not within a single jump of Terra. Closest were the Arcadian Cuirassiers around Chesterton. Also in that heavily contested corner of Davion territory were 2 brigades of SLDF heritage, the Crucis Lancers and Deneb Light Cavalry. The latter had recently added a 6th regiment to their rolls, and the Clovis Guards had been rebuilt to defend their homeworld too. The Robinson Chevaliers had responsibility for the rest of the Kuritan border, backed by the Draconis March militia. The Robinson Rangers had not survived the First Succession War. The Tancredi Loyalists were posted near the tri-point of the 2 successor states and the Outworlds Alliance. On the Liao front, the Syrtis Fusiliers were the main strength along the border, supported by the Seti Hussars. The Dragon Lords had also redeployed half their brigade from the Taurian front to assist. In reserve were the Capellan March militia. The Syrtis Hussars had also been victims of the First Succession War. The largest AFFS brigade remained the Avalon Hussars, spread along both fronts, as were the smaller Avalon borderers. The New Avalon training cadre had dispatched many of their students to help defend against House Kurita, while the Albion Military Academy kept theirs in reserve. The Sakara training cadre had been reduced to just 5 battalions, still facing off with the Combine. The elite Davion Guards were at key positions across the Federated Sons. Deeper inside Davion territory were the Crucis March militia and lastly the Argyle Lancers. Loyalty across the Inner Sphere militaries was mixed, with the underwhelming performance demonstrated by the CCAF and LCAF since the fall of the Star League giving them many questionably committed regiments. Paul Davion's brilliant counter-offensive meant few in the AFFS were not behind him. The DCMS, as you might expect, exhibited the greatest number of fanatical units, whereas the CCAF and LCAF were again lacking. In terms of quality, Davion again came out ahead with by far the fewest number of untried green forces. Steiner, by contrast, had rushed many through training, as had Kurita and Liao to a lesser extent. If the Lyrans could be pleased about anything, it was the number of veteran and elite-rated regiments at their disposal. The Combine and Fed Sons came close, but the Confederation was definitely lacking. Adding considerable strength to the Great House militaries were the ever-increasing number of mercenary groups spread across the Inner Sphere and Periphery. The final years of the First Succession War saw a sharp increase in the amount of raids conducted by mercenary forces. The successor states preferred to keep their own troops in garrison, while disposable mercs were dispatched to hit targets of opportunity. Conversely, some states liked to use mercenaries to temporarily guard a flank, while they redeployed for a major campaign of their own. The Draconis Combine had secured 8 regiments and an additional 7 battalions for their own use. Unlike the other realms, there were no multi-regimental units in their employ, the largest being the 5 battalions belonging to the Amphigean Light Assault Group. The Capellan Confederation made use of a far greater number of mercenaries, 16 regiments and 1 additional battalion. Among their number was the largest group still in existence, the Northwind Highlanders. The 12th Star Guard, which had recently dropped its Star League organization, was another large unit, as were the Always Faithful. In 2830, Liao hired both the Lakadan Vengeance Legion and the Grave Walkers, though it would take time for the latter to redeploy from the Magistracy of Canopus. The Lyran Commonwealth had the fewest mercenaries to call upon, at just 10 regiments. The Filthy Lucre were the newest among them, while the largest and oldest were the Elysian Lancers, veterans of not just the Succession Wars, but the Star League Civil War before it. The Freewells League had acquired 11 regiments and 1 battalion for their use. Among them were some of the finest soldiers to have remained behind after Kerensky's exodus, the SLDF's 3rd Regimental Combat Team, the Eridani Light Horse. Their other large mercenary unit, the Crater Cobras, had consolidated their forces into just 2 regiments following losses along the Andurian front. The Federated Sons were the largest employer of mercenaries, a trait they share with their modern counterpart here in 3025. In total, they had 18 BattleMech regiments at their disposal, including the newly formed Kurgawa's Blood Lances and Tamara's Black Sword. Davion had a trio of larger mercenary groups, the Blue Star Irregulars, Fighting Urukai, and Lexington Combat Group, each possessing 3 mech regiments. Like the Crater Cobras, the Screaming Eagles had condensed their forces into just 2 units. Combining house troops and mercenaries together gives us our grand totals for the successor state militaries. The Draconis Combine and Lyran Commonwealth were almost exactly equal, with equivalent strength to 130 factory-fresh BattleMech regiments. On the other end of the spectrum were the Capellan Confederation and Freewells League, at a hypothetical 105 regiments, while the Federated Sons was the middle power at 118. In 2830, all-out war would return to the Inner Sphere, as every successor state turned on their neighbours. Some had already done so willingly, whereas others would be manipulated into it. The great houses would soon discover that the near parity in numbers shown on their paper TOEs hid the truth that their rebuilt forces could not withstand the ferocity of the renewed conflict. Heavy attrition would soon see their military strength drop to unprecedented lows, and continue to plummet throughout the Second Succession War. When the Draconis Combine entered the First Succession War, they did so like a tidal wave crashing against an exposed coastline. The actions of the Capellan Confederation and Federated Sons the previous 2 years had shown that the great houses were still capable of mustering large, multi-regimental task groups, and so it would be fair to expect that Kurita would do the same. In actuality, there was no wave, but rather wind, a widespread raiding campaign against their oldest rivals, Operations Kuroikaze and Akaikaze. The Lyran Commonwealth Armed Forces in the 2820s had shown themselves to be a far more deadly opponent than their predecessors from the last war, including conducting several successful strikes and even seizing Buckminster early in 2830. Jinjiro Kurita sought to chastise them and made attacking Steiner territory his first objective of the war. Internal security force operations were being undermined time and time again by the LIC, making the coordinator all the more urgent to move the conflict away from covert actions and towards overt ones. That ComStar was the one leaking ISF activity remained unknown to both sides. When the so-called Black Wind struck at a trio of systems from each of the bordering Federation of Sky and Tamar Pact, few were surprised. But deep raids against the major factory worlds of Ark Royal and Furillo inside the Protectorate of Donegal caught Steiner forces flat-footed. The LCAF soon abandoned their tenuous hold of Buckminster. In response to these attacks, Archon Marcus Steiner officially declared war with the Draconis Combine on March 14th. Another way in which Jinjiro sought retribution was to humiliate the aging Stealths. The Sword of Light spearheaded an attack against their base on Chandler on February 27th. Despite 6-1 odds against them, the Stealths held on remarkably, before finally conceding defeat on August 10th. The forces on Moor did even better. With the assistance of the Tharkad-class LCS Invincible, the invaders were turned back on September 22nd. General Hempstead's revisions had clearly paid off. The Federated Suns faced Kurita's Red Wind. DCMS raids, beginning on March 12th, hit another 7 systems along their border, plus a deep strike at the factories of New Valencia within the Crucis March. A larger task force of 9 battlemech and 30 conventional regiments, under the command of Taisho Chosokabe Mototsuka, departed a week after the raids began, intent on seizing a trio of Davion systems. But Kurita's plans had been thwarted before they even began. The MIIO had cracked their codes using the recovered decryptor from Canard, giving them foreknowledge of all the targeted worlds. The planets in question had been reinforced ahead of their arrival, and the DCMS's dream of easily sweeping aside the defenders as they had during the First Succession War turned into a nightmare. The raids were a mixed bag, but when Mototsuka's assault force touched down at the primary objectives, they found themselves completely outnumbered by the garrison. By the end of May, the situation on Franklin and Lucerne looked desperate, and the Taisho was humiliatingly forced to ask permission from the coordinator to withdraw. By July, the survivors could hold out no longer, and pulled back, but while returning to their jump ships, they discovered their request to withdraw had never been transmitted to Luthien. Knowing the disgrace his actions would bring him, Chosokabe instead devised a plan that he hoped would wipe away the dishonor he had brought the Combine. His surviving regiments, just 4 from 26, jumped instead to Dahar, where they expressed a desire to surrender. Despite their mistrust, the Davion garrison agreed in November to meet Mototsuka and his Benjamin regulars on the field. No sooner had he been taken into custody, the rest of his forces touched down around them, and destroyed the unprepared Avalon Hussars entirely. From there, they spread out and began to lay waste to anything they could find on the planet. Word of events on Dahar eventually filtered back to the coordinator, upon which he gave the few survivors the permission to withdraw they had been waiting on. Chosokabe, still a prisoner of the AFS, took his own life rather than turn over any information. Ultimately, the only success of the operation was Sakara 5, but it still took until the following February to completely secure it. By 2830, Captain General Charles Marik had lost all confidence in SAFE. The intelligence agency had never fully recovered from the Marik Civil War a century earlier, and coupled with the losses they had sustained during the First Succession War, both in agents and in funding, they were now woefully under-equipped to maintain a watchful eye on their neighbours. To circumvent this shortcoming, Charles began searching for new sources of information, and believed he found his answer in his sister, Jeanette Marik, the Presenter of Oriente. In February, the two siblings met at the HPG station on Irian, where he asked his sister to help gather intelligence for the Free Worlds League. After parting, Jeanette called for a meeting with the Primus. When Conrad Toyama had learned that the Marik heir wanted to join the ranks of ComStar back in 2821, his initial suspicion gave way to jubilation when he realized the great potential to subvert Free Worlds League activity completely. At the Primus's urging, Jeanette's indoctrination into the ComStar Order went far beyond the typical acolytes and was more akin to brainwashing. psychotropic drugs were administered to her in an effort to ensure absolute loyalty to Toyama, grooming Marik for the express purpose of bringing down her house. Whether she still felt any attachment to her family or home nation is unknown. When the presenter informed Conrad of her brother's request, he saw the opportunity it presented. On June 11th, presenter Rom Michel Dupree was ordered to pass along information to Jeanette, knowing that it would soon find its way into the Captain General's hands. As expected, Jeanette forwarded it on 2 days later. The Lyran League border had remained the only one within the Inner Sphere yet to erupt into violence, but Charles was now faced with evidence that the Sky Rangers were about to launch a major attack against Callison, Castor, and Graham. Incensed by the unprovoked attack, Marik immediately redeployed 5 Marik militia regiments to the planets, and on June 14th, declared war on the Commonwealth. It would be many years before anyone realized that the supposed Sky invasion was a ComStar fabrication. The Freewells League military launched Operation Talon on August 12th, landing on the worlds of New Hope and Judone in the Federation of Sky, while another task force departed from Altoona heading for Zwenkau. New Hope fell to the Marik Eagle by the end of the first week, prompting the LCAF to dispatch reinforcements to Judone in September. On the 19th, the Archon formally declared war on the Freewells League. Talon expanded with another assault on Senftenberg in late October, with raids around the Dixie salient keeping Steiner off balance. The next month, more FWLM forces arrived at Judone, prompting all but the militia to withdraw. By December 12th, it was the last of the 4 battles still raging, and the Commonwealth finally surrendered control 4 months later. Through Judone, they had also secured a valuable source of intel when a Lyran businessman gained them access to classified records of LCAF troop movements through his office on a place. Operations Rain and Sun may not have been as ambitious as Tau was planned to be, but they were still tremendous successes for the Federated Suns. With the Kuritan threat suitably curbed, Auld Davion looked for further opportunities to make gains along the Capellan front, his eyes coming to rest on the St. Ives commonality. The AFFS began in August by taking Redfield, then Stein's Folly 2 months later. By this point, the Federated Suns was busy preparing for a renewed drive towards Tikonov, Operation Lion. Their goal was to knock Liao out of the war early by seizing their largest industrial world, after which they could focus on the Dragon. When Rio fell towards the end of 2830, it left the Commonality capital vulnerable. The St. Ives offensive was concluded in 2831, so they could shift their focus to their new objective. In January, they landed on Karela, taking control by April, and the Capellan March had taken another 3 systems by July. Before Operation Lion could begin, they would need to ensure that they weren't immediately counterattacked by other Tikonov commonality systems. To that end, they launched attacks on Oresha, Angol, and New Hessen, while other raids against Footfall and Wei in the Sarna commonality prevented CCAF forces from moving forward to support. Not everything was going Davion's way, however. After a thorough search for foreign agents within the ISF, Kurita had concluded that the leaks that rendered Akai Kaze such a disappointment must have originated through their communications. To test this theory, they conducted Operation Tanto. Regimental commanders received their objectives via one of 2 different methods, some using standard encryption methods, while others received hand-delivered written orders. As expected, the 3 worlds hit by the former group faced stiff opposition. Despite failing to capture the systems, it was still a marginal victory, as the garrison on Kolia was mauled, while the fighting was so fierce on Damavang and Udibi that it rendered the colonies uninhabitable. Attacks on the other 4 targets caught the AFFS completely by surprise. The raids caused a disproportionate amount of damage, and despite Davion's best efforts to reinforce the planetary garrisons, the DCMS won control of Harrow's Sun and New Aberdeen within 7 weeks. The jig was up as far as the MIIO codebreakers were concerned, but their efforts had nonetheless won the Federated Sons a few years of peace, while the Combine changed all their codes. The people of the Draconis March capital understood full well that they would return, and so reformed the 1st Robinson Rangers to bolster their defence. The Free Worlds League in 2831 found itself in an awkward situation. Their entry into the Second Succession War had been rushed. Talon was only supposed to preempt an invasion of the Federation of Sky, and they didn't have the material on hand to do much more than take Aux. A raid on Sonhua to destroy the Starcore mech factory was their only other move against the Lyrans at this stage in the war. The Capellans were making gains on their Spinwood flank, advancing along the border between the duchies of Andurian and Oriente. Reports coming in from the Commonwealth suggested that Marik had time to deal with Liao first, but no sooner had the Captain General begun drafting a military response, the Lyran Commonwealth launched their own counterattack, Operation Leash. Leaving the Kuritan front in the capable hands of Raymond Hempstead, Archon Marcus Steiner took personal command of the Free Worlds border. The first thing he did was organise elements of the planetary militia from the Commonwealth's heartlands into 5 ad hoc citizen regiments and moved them to the front line. This freed up his professional soldiers for a thrust to reclaim the Lost Worlds. LIC counterintelligence had obscured these moves from safe, giving the Archon the element of surprise. The FWLM lacked the materials they needed to hold on to their gains, and so retreated from all but Dieudonné, but not before leaving numerous booby traps for the Liberators. When Steiner made contact on that last target in late August, any hope of victory there was dashed when even more Marik reinforcements were committed to the planet for the 2nd successive November. Operation Leash was also slated to make advances into Free Worlds League territory, beginning with Altoona. The planet had been heavily scarred by nuclear weapons back during the Phony War, and it was perhaps for this tragic reason that neither the Marik nor Steiner commander had any reservations about once again employing such devices, as well as chemical weapons too. The world's surviving population was almost completely eradicated, rendering it a lifeless rock. And yet despite this, the two factions continued to wage war in Altoona for another 4 months. The knock-on ramification of this was that the neighbouring colony on Roche, it too a victim of WMD use in the First Succession War, could no longer sustain itself. Marik destroyed what little infrastructure was left on the way out to ensure that the planet remained worthless to Steiner. Leash's main objectives were the border worlds of Dene and Megrez. A total of 11 battlemech regiments were spread between them, what should have been an overwhelming force, but ComStar came through for the Free Worlds League this time, and warned them of the impending attack quickly enough for Marik to reinforce the planets. The last hurrah of the Steiner offensive was yet another effort to retake Dieudonné in the new year. Making landfall on January 11th, just weeks after the FWLM had withdrawn their reinforcements, they were able to overcome the defenders in February before another relief force could be sent. What the Captain General didn't know was that his initial recall order had been passed on to the LIC by ComStar. The successor states remained oblivious to it for the time being, but the Terran organisation was clearly playing them all for fools. Toyama's goal was to orchestrate a number of humiliating defeats for Charles Marik, while subtly applying pressure on the populace to call for his sister Jeanette to take his place. Through her, Toyama believed he could turn the Free Worlds League into a ComStar puppet state. The Marik-Steiner border had essentially reverted to its pre-war state, the only Commonwealth gains being 2 planets that could no longer sustain life. Satisfied with the intelligence Jeanette had supplied him, Charles felt safe turning his attention to dealing with the Capellan probes. They had taken another system in Elnath the previous December, but before the year was out, the FWLM launched Operation Stoop to reinforce that vulnerable border region between the 2 duchies, successfully liberating the captured planets early in 2832. Watching events unfolding on the Confederation's opposite border, the Captain General started to see how vulnerable the coreward end of the Capellan realm was to being cut off entirely if their two main aggressors pushed in from opposite sides. Sensing a potential weak spot along the Sarna-Tikonov commonality border near their existing salient, their next offensive, Operation Blacksmith, would see two task forces dubbed Hammer and Anvil make advances in that region. To assist in the upcoming offensive, the 9th Orloff Grenadiers were reformed. ComStar would again provide them intelligence on which planets were most vulnerable. The hammer blow fell swiftly on March 11th, making short work of the 5 lightly defended systems they targeted, the last of which was secured in July. Anvil, by contrast, ran into unexpectedly fierce resistance despite ComStar's promises. Orensen and Vontabren were taken after a bloody 4-month slog, but similar efforts on Gilan had already been abandoned after Liao used chemical weapons in its defense. The forces sent to Elnath won a hard-fought victory on August 2nd, but barely a month later on September 9th, Capellan reinforcements arrived to drive them back. The Captain General was forced to withdraw them on October 21st. The Confederation's quick response was made possible in part through the addition of Mary's Little Lambs to their mercenary roster. The CCAF was fighting just as fiercely on their Spinwood border. The Federated Sons had proven nearly unstoppable in their advance into Liao territory. When raids hit Tigris and Hamal early in 2832, they knew that the final battle of Operation Lion was imminent. The hostile flotilla arrived at Tikonov on April 4th, escorted by some of Davion's last warships. Those should have been able to quickly secure the space lanes, but a pair of Capellan Navy warships stood in opposition. Not willing to approach each other, knowing that any engagement between such massive and rare vessels was a coin flip at this stage in Innisphere history, the Marine Corps instead sent in their forces unsupported. Despite heavy losses, they were nonetheless able to secure the station and even cause enough damage to the CCS Jiaxing that her crew was forced to scuttle her. Initially, the maneuverability of the Seti Azar's light mechs proved a great boon once the ground campaign commenced. General Howler Greer's forces were able to run rings around most of the militia and pick them apart. However, this unit was ill-equipped to deal with Tikonov's most famous feature, its massive fortifications. The Ariana Fusiliers withdrew back into the Stalingrad fortress known as the High Kremlin, and the enormous walls of the capital Tikhograd were similarly unassailable. This shouldn't have been a problem were they able to maneuver their warships into orbit, but the surviving CCS Zhaoqing kept them from being able to launch orbital strikes. With the Davion raiding forces pulling back in the summer, the Chesterton Voltigeurs and Red Lancers were able to marshal a relief force which arrived in October, bringing to an end the first battle for Tikonov. Operation Lion may have fallen at the last hurdle, but it did nonetheless prove beyond a doubt the superiority of the AFFS over the CCAF. Spurred on by these promising signs, Davion High Command prepared for another assault. In just 7 months' time, they would return to Fortress Tikonov. (2833) was a relatively quiet year within the coreward half of the Inner Sphere, with the only point of note being the formation of the last cowboys within the Lyran Commonwealth. The Capellan Confederation, by contrast, was a hive of activity. On the Marik front, fighting had never really paused after Blacksmith commenced. The CCAF was able to successfully push the invaders back off Vontabren, but soon after, House Orloff launched their own offensive, Operation Stevedore. Liao struggled to mount much of a resistance, as the FWLM completely eradicated the Capellan garrison at their primary targets, while their raiders made their own opportunistic gains after encountering minimal resistance. The Federated Sun's Department of Military Intelligence was analysing the successes and failures of Operation Lion the previous year, and believed their follow-up campaign, Operation Leopard, had a better chance of victory. The AFS began by launching diversionary attacks against every commonalty they bordered, while they once again called on General Greer to lead the invasion of Tikonov. The supporting actions began promisingly, already annexing 2 planets by the time the second battle for Tikonov began in May. This time, the ground forces were far more substantial, reinforced with additional artillery and aircraft. They quickly blasted their way into the High Kremlin through a vulnerable bastion, securing the complex on the 20th. A tactical blunder by the CCAF at Tikograd meant that they lost control of their last defensible position early in the campaign. Though the majority of the garrison escaped into the hills and proved too elusive to track down, all significant population centres were firmly under Greer's control. The arrival of the Prefectorate Guard at a pirate point on June 13th caught the Davion general unprepared. Surgical strikes on their supply depots, coupled with a populace that was vehemently opposed to rendering any assistance, meant that the invaders soon found themselves in an undesirable position. The MIIO was reporting a far greater Liao relief force heading their way. With their odds of success collapsing, Greer ordered his troops to withdraw. Paul Davion was apoplectic at his decision to give up such a defensible position when his troops were still in good shape. The general was reassigned to work as a kitchen porter on New Syrtis for the next 18 months. Operation Leopard was still going on elsewhere, with the diversionary forces striking at another 2 worlds in October, capturing both by the end of the year. These 2 salients would be the sole acquisitions of the operation, however, as the other systems at Bel, Lee and Shorum were all held by the Capellans. Undeterred by 2 successive failures, Davion planned to make one final effort to seize Tikonov in the new year. The last actions of 2833 took place along the Marik-Liao border. The Free Worlds League launched Operation Attract, a multi-year campaign aimed at expanding the Duchy of Andurian at the Commonality's expense. Their first 2 moves against Katla and Leda went well, and the following year, Kursa and Matiskogan were added to the whole. This was not the only campaign the Captain General was initiating against the Capellan Confederation in 2834. ComStar had supplied Charles with information on the handful of systems that lay between the Duchy of Oriente and the Liao capital. Operation Hawk would hopefully establish another salient into the Cyan commonality, from which they could launch a decisive blow against the Forbidden City on the Confederation's most important world. What should have been an easy victory turned into a rout, as unexpectedly stiff opposition drove them off all but one of the targeted planets, and a counterattack at their staging ground on Xuanyuan soon saw the system revert back to Liao control. Operation Puma was to be the Federated Sun's last attempt to seize the world of Tikonov. This time, the assault would be led by General Jessica Basna, who had successfully repulsed the attack on Chesterton back in 2828. As before, a diversionary assault would draw forces rimward, with their targets this time being along the Sarna-Capella commonality border. The attacks began simultaneously in April, and the 2 Capella systems fell to the Federated Suns within the month. Basna's assault proved equally promising, with all objectives bar Tikograd secured by the 4th week. The invaders set up for a long siege and awaited their reinforcements. While House Kurita had been rebuilding their compromised communications network, they had been eyeing up the increasingly vulnerable Draconis march along their rimward border. Paul Davion's obsession with conquering the Capellan Confederation had resulted in a great many troops being shifted over to that front. While Cruce's March forces had been sent forward to fill the gaps, the defenders were still stretched thin. Somur was the only system to change hands since the code-breaking debacle, but now Jinjiro Kurita sensed an opportunity. On August 2nd, he gave the go order for Operation Moonlight Sonata. Several of the strikes deep into the Cruce's March had no intention of taking control of the system, but rather causing as much destruction as possible. Resistance to the invasion proved unexpectedly fierce. Dobson and New Iverson may have fallen quickly, but the AFFS fought tooth and nail to hold on to their land everywhere else. Reinforcements sent to Barlow's End very nearly destroyed the Combine forces entirely, though they had to concede defeat in the end. Davion had only just hired on the Scrap Metal Mercenary Regiment, adding to the list of units they had to contend with. The DCMS cut their losses early and withdrew from the other systems, but Moonlight Sonata was a multi-year operation. The Dragon would soon return. While the Federated Suns had defended itself well, the attack came at the worst possible time and had far-reaching consequences. The Davion guards on Sanilac were in the middle of loading into their dropships for redeployment elsewhere when the Combine struck and inflicted horrendous casualties on the unprepared unit. The Davion guards had to abandon their mission afterwards. That mission was none other than Operation Puma, where they were set to reinforce Jessica Basna on Tikonov. On July 2nd, the general learned that the aid she was counting on would not be coming. Capellan jumpships had already entered the system to spy on what forces were present, so she knew CCAF reinforcements were imminent. While they could have withdrawn into the High Kremlin and tried to wait for another Davion unit to relieve them, her light and medium mechs were not well suited for a static defense. The decision was ultimately made for her when the First Prince called for a retreat. His orders arrived just as the Northwind Highlanders did. Kurgawa's Bloodlances held the line while the Deneb Light Cavalry pulled back to their ships, but the mercenaries were completely wiped out in the effort. The old SLDF unit wouldn't have long to recuperate before they were tracked to Olmec and finished off by more of the Highlanders. The next year, Lorelei Liao formed Hamilton's Highlanders from veterans of the Tikonov battles to help fortify her borders from any further Davion aggression. The third successive loss at Tikonov and the subsequent collapse of Operation Puma at Akala and Highspire heaped enormous pressure on Paul Davion at the royal court. His political opponents argued that had they sent their entire force to Tikonov during any of the three attempts, there was no doubt the Commonalty capital would now belong to the Federated Suns. The First Prince understood that such a move would have left their borders exposed to swift retaliation, potentially losing more ground than they would gain, even with control of the massive industrial complexes in and around Tikograd. Nevertheless, he was forced to give up on his personal ambitions and take a more measured approach to the conflict. Across the Confederation, the Andurian Commonalty was still hemorrhaging worlds to House Humphrey's Operation Attract. The Free Wills League was on the charge, and that year the Marik militia reformed their 23rd Regiment, lost in the early years of the First Succession War. Word had made it back to the Captain General that the interior worlds of the Furillo province were particularly vulnerable at that moment. Jeanette Marik had passed on information about the Archon's use of citizen regiments to reinforce the front. The FWLM felt confident that they could bypass these and launch a series of damaging raids deep into the Commonwealth. Operation Brum struck at a trio of supposedly undefended systems towards the provincial capital, and ran straight into frontline combat troops that smashed the raiders before they could cause any damage. The abject failure of Brum only added to the Captain General's growing suspicion that there was a leak somewhere in his intelligence network. Every operation his military undertook either led to easy victories or humiliating defeats. He tasked the head of SAFE, Morgan DeWitt, with finding those responsible. But somewhere in his mind, Charles must have feared that the actual culprit was his secret ally, ComStar. The Draconis Combine continued their deep raids into the Crucis March as part of Operation Moonlight Sonata throughout 2835. Their first target, Strawn, was all the way in the New Avalon combat region. The garrison was nearly wiped out before the DCMS withdrew just as reinforcements touched down. Listowel was next, with both sides chasing each other through the mountains before the Kuritans called it quits in July. The December raid on Shalam was the most damaging, as several industrial plants were destroyed, though the DCMS regiment was savaged in the process. The attacks had one unintended consequence that the Combine forces in that region would have to deal with going forwards. Chain Gang mission survivors who had been living in the Draconis March for the past decade declared their intent to resist further Kuritan aggression, coming together to form the Ever-Free Mercenary Regiment. Likewise, the AFFS also formed the Panzer Brigade that year to further bolster the region's defense. The Federated Sons was not Jinjiro's only target in 2835, as Operation Chopin would also commence that year. The first phase was to hit a trio of vital industrial centres within the Tamar Pact and Federation of Sky. The fiercest fighting within each nation took place at Kobe and Kessel. There, the battles descended into a true meat grinder. Though the Lyrans claimed victory both times, their heavy and assault mechs had been shown up by the more manoeuvrable Kuritan forces. The Draconis Combine had not lost any territory since the beginning of the war, and by all accounts should have been feeling confident about their future prospects. Instead, they were entering a period of fear and uncertainty. By late 2835, Jinjiro Kurita had almost completely lost control of his psyche. Until this point, he had relied on his innate military expertise to see the realm through the tumultuous 29th century, but by now, he was barely able to function. His half-brother, Zabu Kurita, would increasingly have to step in as acting coordinator and report on developments to Jinjiro during his few lucid moments. As was the case during the First Succession War, the Periphery played no significant part in the Second, probably even less so. The only notable development came in 2835, when tensions within the Outworlds Alliance broke the nation in two. The Spinward half of the realm was largely populated by immigrants from the Terran hegemony, settled during the heady days of the Star League. Though they maintained a civil relationship with the older colonists, of whom many had died fighting their ancestors in the Reunification War, the Periphery uprising that precipitated the fall of the Star League divided the Alliance into two camps. When the Alpharats government seemed unwilling or unable to stave off the pirates preying on the outermost colonies, which had already led to the abandonment of more than 24 worlds, Trader's Domain decided that enough was enough. Led by the provincial capital Wind's Roost, in 2835 they declared themselves an independent state, no longer part of House Avalar territory. Trader's Domain faced an uphill battle, as evidenced by the fact that the Alliance military corps would lose both their Balagora defenders and the Remora guards to pirate activity during the Second Succession War, and the new microstate had far less in the way of defences. The internecine fighting that plagued the region would infect their own systems in due course. Survival on the fringes of human space might soon prove too great a challenge. Since the end of the Davion Big Cat offensives, Duke Damien Hassick had been conducting his own private war against the Confederation, Operation Tiger. This was nothing more than a widespread raiding campaign, beginning in late 2834 and continuing into 37. It proved effective in keeping the CCAF on the defensive, and at no point did Chancellor Lorelei Liao have the opportunity to reclaim any of the worlds she had lost to the Capellan March. The Bloody Sons were favourites of his, dispatched to Galitzin and even the commonalty capital, St. Ives. Two systems were affected by the raids more than the others, Genf and Kai. The attacks proved to be the death knell for both colonies. neither would survive the war. Across on the other side of the Confederation, Operation Attract was concluding with the capture of Viribium and Aquagia. In both instances, the CCAF had given Duke Jonathan Humphrey's forces a bloody nose before withdrawing, enough for them to think twice about continuing the campaign. The last move in the region came when the Free World's guards seized a great bounty of spare parts from the mech factories on Shiro 3. (2836) also saw the last actions of Moonlight Sonata, with 2 raids into the Woodbine operational area and a hard-won victory over the Draconis March militia on Tishomingo. The DCMS had largely discounted the garrison as posing any real threat, but they fought so tenaciously that the 17 survivors were treated more like heroes than prisoners of war after the fighting concluded. Not knowing when the assault would cease, the Robinson Rangers raised a 2nd regiment that year to help in the defense of their homeworld. Operation Chopin would also move towards its climactic finale in 2836, the 4th Battle of Hesperus. As grand as a return to this hyper-industrial planet sounded on paper, in reality, the assault force led by Taisho Satoshi Anderson stood little chance of success. Fewer units were dispatched than had taken part in the infamous First Battle, and by 2837, the Taisho was preparing to deploy nuclear weapons in a last-ditch effort to achieve his objectives. Zabu Kurita instead refused his request to use WMDs, forcing the DCMS to withdraw. Anderson's decision to commit seppuku upon his return proved a rallying cry for the warlords of the Draconis Combine. In their estimation, Zabu lacked the guts needed to make the tough calls. If he were to succeed Jinjiro as coordinator, which looked likely, the fate of the realm would be in jeopardy. They would need to take action. Early in 2837, Captain General Charles Marik was approached by the director of SAFE, Morgan DeWitt. His efforts to root out the leak within their intelligence network had come up short, and he was forced to conclude that the issue lay elsewhere. Reviewing the successes and failures of their operations since entering the Second Succession War, Charles could see no obvious pattern to link them, which ultimately led him to question the information he was receiving from ComStar via his sister Jeanette, the presenter of Oriente. His worst fear was that ComStar was passing information to his enemies as often as they were to him. With the utmost secrecy, he ordered DeWitt to orchestrate Operation Cookie Jar. On February 1st, the Captain General arrived on Oriente, ostensibly for a meeting with Duke Harlan Allison, but while there, he would also make a surreptitious visit to see his sister, the presenter. In that later conversation, he dropped hints towards a discovery on the recently conquered Cursa, but did not elaborate beyond that. Meanwhile, dropships were departing from that world bearing a classified heavy cargo. Communications back to Atreus via the orbital HPG station at Oriente, using codes that SAFE knew had been compromised by ComStar, spoke of an SLDF warehouse stocked with Starleague-era tech, the likes of which was near extinct following the widespread destruction of the First Succession War. The trap was set. The Free Worlds League military was not idle while they waited for ComStar to take the bait. In fact, they were busy trying to repel a sweeping Liao counteroffensive in the early months of 2837, largely focused within the Duchy of Andurian. Though Duke Jonathan Humphreys managed to secure Karlstein, he faced a sudden reversal in fortune when the CCAF arrived at Ithaca, Leda, Mataskogan, and Viribium. Further up the line, the Capella commonality reclaimed Bithynia and Propus, and the Tikonov commonality Bellevue, Menkalanan, and Orenson, though here the losses were offset by the successful capture of the major factory world of Assumption. Across the Inner Sphere on February 14th, a gift was delivered to Jinjiro Kurita's chambers within Unity Palace on Luthien. The ISF carried out extensive security checks on it to ensure that it contained no hidden threats to their coordinator before handing it over. There were no chemicals, explosives, or radiological hazards present, but there was one danger they overlooked, a psychological one. When Jinjiro opened the parcel and found within a toy soldier dressed in the uniform of the Star League Defense Force, he flew into a psychotic frenzy from which he would never escape. His half-brother, Zabu Kurita, was ultimately forced to call riot police into the palace in order to restrain him. Zabu's ascension to the position of coordinator was not without objection. Several within his family urged for the position to instead pass to one of his heirs, if only to appease the mustard soldiery with whom Zabu was not held in high regard. However, each of his children, Yoguchi, Rowena, and Miyogi, spoke in favour of their father. The deed was done, and the Combine would have to wait and see what manner of ruler he would be. Questions remain as to who was behind the doll that sent Jinjiro over the edge. No one has ever been definitively linked to the gift. Speculation has ranged from foreign intelligence agencies to another of ComStar's plots, but more convincingly, a member of the Kurita family. Could the coordinator's half-brother have intentionally broken Jinjiro's mind, knowing how the Minnesota tribe had terrified him a decade earlier? It seems out of character, but not beyond question. Every one of Zabu's children would also play an important part in Draconis Combine history. We won't get ahead of ourselves by discussing them now, but suffice to say that each took a step closer towards their end goal with Jinjiro's removal. Back at Atreus, Charles Marik was waiting for news of what felt at this point like an inevitable betrayal. Sure enough, on March 13th, the Capellan Confederation armed forces arrived in force on Cursa with 3 regiments. Bypassing the actual military and industrial targets, they instead beelined straight for the remote location used by the cargo dropships in their ruse. Needless to say, there was no Starlink cache waiting for them. It was now known beyond a doubt that ComStar was manipulating the successor states into pointless battles that served only to make the great houses weaker. The Captain General's response was immediate. He dispatched his few remaining warships to Oriente, and on the 22nd, ordered them to bombard the orbiting HPG station into oblivion. 300 were killed within the complex, his sister Jeanette included. Word of the incident reached Primus Konrad Toyama 3 days later. This was the first direct challenge to ComStar since their founding. If he did not act quickly, their monopoly on interstellar communications could collapse, and the successor states might halt the war before his goal of dismantling their militaries could be achieved. Toyama was decisive in his next action. He issued a shunning proclamation to all HPG stations, Exclusion Order 2837/1. Henceforth, the Free Wills League was placed under a complete communications interdiction. The effect of this was disastrous to the wartime economy and governance of the successor state. Cutting off Tharkad back in 2823 had been damaging, but to shut down every HPG within a realm was ruinous. Sabotage prevented the Free Wills League from being able to restart the stations themselves. The adepts and presenters within their realm disappeared into hiding, and those few safe turned up could not be made to work for them. The Capellan Confederation and Lyran Commonwealth were at first uncertain as to how to proceed. it was unclear how ComStar would react to them taking hostile actions against a realm under interdiction. When Liao raids did not bring about any condemnation from Toyama, Steiner reasoned that other states were free to move into Marik territory. The LCAF didn't initially have the troops available, and instead rapidly expanded their citizen regiments to free up border garrisons for the assault. Their immediate aim was to cut off the Freewells League from Terra before access to the HBG network was restored, starting with assaults in late April against Graham and Oliver. Both planets fell quickly. While these battles were still ongoing, Liao and Steiner were frantically making preparations for a much larger invasion to begin in the autumn. Toyama believed that 6 months of isolation would be enough to bring the Freewells League to its knees. For violating the Communications Protocol of 2787, he demanded that Marik make reparations to the tune of 3 times the cost of rebuilding the Oriente HBG station. During this period, Rom and Safe engaged in a shadow war, as each tried to subvert the other's efforts to enforce or contravene the communications interdiction. But the Captain General proved unexpectedly recalcitrant and refused to submit to Toyama. With the other successor states gearing up for a campaign that would surely demolish the Freewells League should it go ahead, ComStar found itself in the awkward position of having to actually supply intelligence to the frontline FWLM units to warn them of the incoming threat. Hopefully, they could hold out long enough for their leader to see the error of his ways and back down. In August, the invasion got underway along both fronts, and yet Charles Marik had still not yielded. By late September, Toyama called a halt to Rom's involvement in the ComStar war. The collapse of one of the successor states could seriously disrupt the balance of power and work counter to his long-term aims, but the exclusion order had to remain in place, as its removal could set a dangerous precedent that the other great houses would surely exploit. These were nerve-wracking times for the Primus. The Lyrans opened with 2 separate thrusts. Quick-thinking Marik commanders had taken the initiative to strike at suspected staging posts, delaying the invasion and buying them vital time. They even managed to briefly take control of Zosma, but the Steiner assault was all but inevitable. Ilion was the first target within the Dixie salient they hit. Then from there, they moved to Malazan. Towards Terra, they landed on Bordon, Callison, Marcus, and Zosma. The Capellans pushed in at 3 locations along the border. A trio of systems recently taken by Task Force Hammer were counterattacked: Berenson, Kirkbakken, and Zion. The 3 most spinward planets of Kenyan salient were also hit: Kori, Fact, and Wazan, while the Duchy of Andurian came under attack at Claybrook, Lopez, and their capital. Some of these had only been intended as raids, but the defense was so disorganized that only on Andurian did the Freewells League successfully hold onto its territory. Faced with imminent disaster, Captain General Charles Marik ordered one of the most desperate and demoralizing commands any successor lord has ever given. Every unit within the FWLM occupying foreign territory was to withdraw to their Stali Gira defensive lines. A feeding frenzy ensued as both the Commonwealth and Confederation gorged themselves on the abandoned territories. The remainder of the Dixie salient was given back, as were several of the jointly administered planets along the old hegemony border. The commonalities gained far more, Tikonov taking 6 systems, Sarna 5, Capella 2, while Cyan and Andurian took 3 each. All of these were former Confederation holdings during the era of the Star League. Chancellor Lorelli Liao initially encouraged her forces to press onwards, but securing the territory behind them seemed the smarter move. Vincent's commandos briefly seized Ling and drove off a counterattack by the League's new mercenary unit, Nathan's Irregulars, but they were soon withdrawn to safer ground. Charles Marik has the unfortunate distinction of being the man behind the greatest loss of territory in Freewells League history. Only the duchies of Andurian and Orloff made significant efforts to hold on to their hard-won gains from the previous 5 decades, though Liao would no doubt be turning towards them soon. The Captain General was crucified in Parliament for his decision, but with hindsight, we can see how the sudden influx of new systems to administer took the wind out of their opponent's sails. Guerrilla forces left behind by Marik did not make their lives easy. It took time for them to reorganize, time the FWLM would need to set up new defensive lines themselves. Not all of the Marik regiments would get that chance, as several never even received the recall orders and died stranded far ahead of the new border. Back in the Draconis Combine, things were coming to a head over Zabu Kurita's rule. On June 9, 2838, he presented in court the budget for the next year. As coordinator of the People's Reconstruction effort, Zabu was well aware of how technology was slipping away. Medical procedures that had been commonplace during the Star League might as well have been magic acts just half a century on. He wanted more funds to reverse this decline. In his budget was a modest 4% reduction in military spending. This was the final straw for the DCMS High Strategic Council. In a meeting 3 days later, they agreed that the only course of action available to them was the removal of the coordinator. Taisho Frederick Kazoma of the Procurement Evaluation Board was chosen for the honour. On June 23rd, he entered Zabu's bedchambers and drew his sword. Kurita was unperturbed. After asking whether the Taisho was acting alone, and being informed that he was in fact there on behalf of the High Council, Zabu Kurita accepted his fate. With Kazoma's blessing, he dressed in full ceremonial garb, wrote the traditional House Kurita death haiku, took one of his family's ancient wakizashi in hand, then drew it across his stomach. Frederick Kazoma then delivered the coup de grace. No action was ever taken to chastise the military afterwards for their assassination plot. Only Kazoma was sentenced to death for striking the killing blow, though even this proved contentious. The political pressure on Charles Marik was ramping up in 2838. Parliament believed that his stubbornness in admitting fault to ComStar was about to bring the Free Worlds League to ruin. Efforts to explain Toyama's duplicity fell on deaf ears. Opposition coalesced around Minister of Finance Hector Lombard, who planned to use what little power they still had post-Resolution 288 to bring the Captain General to heel. On June 24th, they blocked Marik's proposed budget that would allow him to raise 5 new regiments to face off against the threat. They would not approve the bill until Charles made reparations towards ComStar. Only the reformed 13th Marik Militia got off the ground that year. The infighting came at the worst time for the FWLM, who had once again come under assault from the LCAF in May. One of Steiner's main objectives was to push towards the wealthy shipbuilding world of Tamarind. To that end, they took 6 planets from Marik control in preparation for an assault the next year. Closer to Terra, they pushed into the Stuart Commonalty for the first time to take Tania Borealis, as well as the nearby Connaught, then the exposed Shiloh in August. It had taken the Capellan Confederation longer to get their affairs in order, chiefly because they were still dealing with the final actions of Operation Tiger in 2837. Apart from a raid on Andurian in January and eradicating some of the Orloff Grenadiers who had fled to Susano, it wasn't until the mid-year that they began moving in force. Another trio of systems were taken back from Duke Jonathan Humphreys. An embarrassing side effect of the interdiction was that several mercenary contracts were about to expire when the edict came into effect, and the Free Worlds League was unable to renew them through the ubiquitous Mercenary Review Board. Sensing which way the winds were blowing, those on Bonaire willingly went over to Liao, taking the planet with them. Van Diemen was one of the worst losses for Duke Harlan Allison. Though he would later rebuild it, one of his prize Fusiliers of Oriente brigades was destroyed, along with 5 supporting Marik militia battalions. Both of Harlan's sons are listed as casualties of the ComStar War. They most likely met their fate during this battle. Liao had little time to celebrate their victory. Before year's end, the system would change hands again, this time going to the Commonwealth. Steiner and Liao were not the only ones salivating over juicy targets within the Free Worlds League. In 2838, Davion and Kurita got in on the action. Amusingly, they came to blows with each other more often than they did the natives. Alula Australis was one of the planets the Lyrans had planned to take, but a 6-week battle with the AFFS left both forces incapable of achieving their objectives, leaving the world as the sole surviving system within the Border Protectorate. Those on New Dallas saw a familiar sight of the succession wars in an unusual locale, the Fedsons and Capellans going at it over what few resources of value were left on that nuclear-scarred world. The population of Talitha also watched with bemusement as distant foes, the AFFS and DCMS, landed in September, then fought one another for the opportunity to steal anything of value before lifting off 2 months later. Those Proserpina Hussars dispatched to Christiansand didn't even realise that the system had already been claimed by the Capellans until they made landfall. Following Zabu Kurita's death, the title of Coordinator, as well as that of First Lord of the Star League, passed on to his eldest son Yuguchi. He was already a respected officer within the Mustard Soldiery, which gave him a firm foundation from which to rebuild trust with the military district warlords. Wasting little time, in August 2838, Coordinator Yuguchi commenced the 5th Battle of Hesperus. A total of 7 regiments, 2 of which were battlemech commands, made landfall on the planet, while a trio of warships secured the space lanes overhead. Their numbers allowed them to quickly take control of the planet's main population centers, leaving only the fortified mountain complexes in Steiner hands. The siege they had planned went both ways, however. It was extremely difficult for the Draconis Combine to resupply their positions so deep into the Lyran Commonwealth. Unable to force an opening, the DCMS ultimately withdrew. Yuguchi, like his father before him, had outlawed the use of nuclear weapons to raise the factories. Zabu had imparted on his son those same concerns about a technological decline, and he did not wish to add to it, even if those mechs would ultimately be used against him. Despite their failure, the expedition to Hesperus boosted morale within the DCMS and secured the new coordinator's position. Long term, they would return to the planet once again to finish the job. Freeworld's parliament had reached a complete stalemate by this point. The MPs had realised that while Resolution 288 had given Marik the right to declare war or make peace, they still held considerable influence over him by manipulating the purse strings. They could, in effect, make the continuation of war impossible. Hector Lombard's faction had blocked a move by the Captain General to conscript more forces, and then another bill on August 9th, this time to press merchant jump ships into service as messengers as a way to avoid giving in to ComStar. The political pressure finally proved too much for Charles. On September 19th, he begrudgingly dispatched his son Garth aboard FWLS Dark Regret to Terra. There, he was called before the entire First SUCKit. Toyama demanded that the Free Worlds League be made to pay far beyond the original sum outlined in the exclusion order, but Garth held firm. Marik would pay the exact amount and nothing more. After a few weeks of bitter discourse, the two sides agreed to a truce in mid-October. On November 9th, ComStar lifted their communications interdiction. 70% of the League's HPG stations came back online, with the rest up and running by year's end. only Oriente would remain cut off for the next 3 years, while ComStar rebuilt the facility. Toyama decreed that all future installations would be secure compounds built to withstand attack. It was only once the Captain General's vision was restored that he realised just how bad his situation was. Doing his best to triage what was left of his defensive line, he recalled his forces from 5 systems along the Lyran border that he deemed either beyond saving or simply not worth the effort. While he still could, he dispatched the Regulan Hussars to strike at the mech factories on Kava, hoping that it would prevent the CCAF from cutting their vital Terran corridor. The Capellan Confederation armed forces were engaged elsewhere, however. Sensing that the end of the interdiction was imminent, they launched in October a major effort to retake Andurian. A pair of warships led the assault force, CCS Chengdu and Kalzan. Though the latter took damage during the battle at the Zenith, their incredible power cleared a path through half a dozen dropships, 40 aerospace fighters, and several heavy weapons emplacements. As they scanned the system though, they realised that in orbit over the target world were 2 enormous Marik vessels, FWLS Kumba and Majestic. Another 2 warships were at more distant stations, meaning that the CCAF's only chance was to blast their way through the defences at the capital before they were too heavily outnumbered. Their next engagement did not go well. 20% of their ground forces were destroyed before even making landfall, and the 2 Capellan warships were both annihilated, though not without at least taking the Atreus-class Majestic with them, the last of these venerable Free Worlds battleships. Only 2 regiments had touched down in an organised fashion, the rest widely dispersed across the planet. With a trio of mech units in garrison, there was little hope of success now. After trying in vain for 9 weeks to seize the capital, they eventually withdrew on December 29th. The ComStar War is one of the darkest chapters in Free Worlds League history. Though the dispute between Marik and Toyama had been resolved at a public level, behind the scenes, neither side would ever trust the other again. Any ambitions the 2 men might have had to take control of the other faction had gone up in smoke. Whether either of them could recover from this defeat was unclear. On April 17, 2839, Konrad Toyama, Primus of ComStar, suffered a fatal stroke. He passed away that same day. His body was cremated, and his ashes were entombed within the ruins of Unity City on Terra. Toyama's death severed one of the very last links to the old Star League. By war's end, there would be none alive who still remembered life during humanity's golden age. Shortly before his passing, Raymond Karpov, Presenter Alpha Centauri and member of the First Circuit, had been named Toyama's successor. The proximity of this announcement to the Primus's death have naturally led many to speculate the 2 were connected. Similar rumours had perpetuated following Conrad's takeover after Blake's demise. There's no way to know for certain if Raymond had a hand in his mentor's death, but there was a possible motive. ComStar records show that the First Circuit was increasingly concerned that the successor states were losing confidence in their neutrality following the Shadow War with the Free Worlds League. Though Captain General Charles Marik had withdrawn the accusations that he had been double-crossed, the suggestion that they could not be trusted lingered, and it clung to Toyama most. Karpov perhaps felt that removing the Primus was the only way to ensure that the organisation did not continue to slide backwards. For Raymond Karpov, ComStar truly was a sacred order. any history of the era frequently describes him as a fanatic, a true believer in the word of Blake. Toyama may have instituted the changes in doctrine that his master requested in order to reform it into a pseudo-religion, but it was the new Primus that really cemented it as a theocratic institution. His first move was to name Conrad a saint, placing him up on a pedestal alongside the Blessed Founder. But he went much further. Henceforth, all members of the ComStar Order were to wear robes adorned with symbols relating to mathematics, theoretical physics, or mechanical principles. They were to perform chants and incantations before operating the sacred hyperpulse generators, or any machinery considered suitably holy. Karpov's changes would ironically bring about the cognitive atrophy that Blake had envisioned within the very society who was supposed to safeguard that knowledge. Of course, those on Terra hoarded that information and technical understanding for themselves, but the adepts and even presenters of foreign realms comprehended the technology around them less and less with each passing year. This proved an effective safeguard against any of the successor states trying to subvert their operations. These radical changes did not go unchallenged. 2 members of the First Circuit walked out in protest, but this only allowed Karpov to replace them with loyal stooges. It was Organizational Edict 3056 which caused the biggest stir within ComStar. ROM was to be expanded from an internal security agency to a militant branch of the Order, tasked with hunting down and killing any individual whose work might halt the technological decline of the successor states. Presenter ROM Michelle Dupree was outraged by the change in our organization's mandate. She would not back down, and ended up resigning within 24 hours of the edict coming into effect. Her replacement, Janice Laidlaw, saw to it that Dupree would suffer a fatal traffic accident 5 days later. With his opposition removed and the loyal Laidlaw at his side, Primus Raymond Karpov ordered the commencement of Operation Holy Shroud. A list of targeted institutions and individuals were dispatched to ROM teams across the Inner Sphere for them to eliminate. Universities were frequent targets of sabotage or even bombings. More specific examples include FTL communication research in the Federated Suns and Lyran Commonwealth efforts to recover ferrofibrous technology, both of which were completely destroyed by ROM. The ComStar War had necessitated the Freewells League launching their own HPG projects. Any and all information pertaining to this was eradicated by Karpov's fanatics. The First Succession War had resulted in the disappearance of many of the Star League's most advanced technologies from the Inner Sphere. These were subsequently dubbed Lost Tech, and functional examples in the modern era are exceedingly rare, if not altogether extinct. The Second Succession War had already seen even moderately sophisticated computer equipment drop out of use. Laidlaw's efforts saw this trend continue. The raids were undertaken with the utmost caution to ensure that they could not be traced back to ComStar. With war raging on every front, it wasn't difficult to pin the blame on the neighbouring successor states or internal extremist groups. Another of the casualties was the compact Kearney Fushida drive, the advanced jump cores around which warships were built. By this point, there were at most 24 such vessels still in service, but the destruction of the few shipyards sufficiently sophisticated enough to maintain them, and the wholesale murder of those engineers who possessed the knowledge to construct them, guaranteed that warships would soon vanish into the history books. ROM's actions were not limited to military technology either. Commercial, industrial, and medical sectors had already been badly affected by the wars, as academics were conscripted for military projects. Holy Shroud had no qualms about continuing their decline, hitting them just as hard. Countless thousands, if not millions, have died in the centuries since that might have been saved had the Presenter and our Primus not been so thorough in their reversal of human advancement. One of ROM's more secretive objectives was to hunt for and recover any lost SLDF caches. These pre-war installations contain not just military materiel, but a wealth of knowledge that might be used to halt the technological nosedive. Whenever an installation was uncovered, ComStar would relocate the weapons within to their vast warehouses on Terra, and either hoard or destroy the computer archives as appropriate. People today in 3025 often speculate on what effect uncovering a functional memory core would have on the war-torn successor states. Operation Holy Shroud would run until 2845. During that time, ComStar successfully assassinated more than 300 of the best scientific minds in the Inner Sphere. Professors, teachers, and researchers that would be sorely missed in the coming years. ComStar's systematic dismantling of advanced technology was going on behind the scenes while the successor states were still duking it out along every front. The Freewells League had been on the back foot for the past 2 years and would struggle to turn their fortunes around. Thankfully, they did not exist in isolation, and aggression on the part of more distant realms into the exposed flanks of their more immediate neighbours would stem the flow of forces pouring into Marik territory. First to come under assault from an unexpected aggressor had been the Lyran Commonwealth. In a repeat of events following the Second Battle of Hesperus, the armed forces of the Federated Suns had raided Steiner systems around Terra. New Earth and Menkent were hit back in December 2838, then Summer, Thorin and Miser in March. Some minor payback would come in the spring when the LCAF landed on Castor and Alphard, both of which were currently being ransacked by the AFFS and DCMS respectively. The two systems would submit to Lyran rule soon after. 3 other nearby systems were also seized by House Steiner. Further along the border, another turncoat mercenary group took the planet Rexburg over to the Commonwealth. The LCAF focus in that region was on Tamarind. They began their assault in April, but came up against stiff opposition within the capital Padaron City, the so-called Venice of Tamarind. The layout of the canals served as a series of bottlenecks the defenders took full advantage of. Steiner abandoned their efforts on May 11th, and instead began preparing for new offensives elsewhere. Liao was also facing aggression from their far side that would prevent them from making as much progress into the crumbling Freewells League as they might have liked. Leading these raids were the recently expanded 4th Certis Fusiliers. After the marriage of Damien Hassick and Margaret Ross the previous June, the veterans of her bloody sons had been folded into the unit, bringing it back up to full strength. Most of the 5 targets Davion was going after were already considered too far gone to be worth putting up a fight over, and so they cut their losses rather than divert troops away from their primary objective. Capellan actions that year were focused around the Duchy of Andurian. Successful attacks against Karlstein and Katla kept nearby forces pinned down, while they made another attempt to crack Andurian. This was the 4th successive attack in 18 months, and the defences were severely compromised. Despite this, they wouldn't give an inch, and managed to hold their ground until reinforcements arrived in August, turning the tables in their favour. Liao withdrew 2 months later. Despite dealing with the ComStar problem, Charles Marik still found no peace at home, as Minister of Finance Hector Lombard persisted in his efforts to withhold funding for the FWLM. He demanded that Resolution 288 be repealed and the Freewells League return to a more democratic system of government. The Captain General finally cracked in August 2839. He dispatched his personal guard to arrest Lombard and his allies, in flagrant violation of the Articles of Unification that had formed the League back in 2271. Unfortunately for Marik, Lombard's faction were able to escape the trap and fled to Helos Minor, where they set up a parliament in exile. Charles's heavy-handed approach had destroyed the last of his support within government. He was now completely alone, facing an imminent defeat. Despite the odds against him, Marik was not prepared to go quietly into the night. Early in 2840, he launched counterattacks against Graham and Oliver, with supporting raids into the Federation of Sky. A stroke of good fortune won him an easy victory on Graham 4, when in late February the Lyran commander Colonel Hendrik Grimm snapped under the pressure of having to defend this critical staging post with so little forces available to him. Grimm and his unit went AWOL and began making for the Periphery, picking up the survivors of another Lyran regiment along the way. Together, they raided storehouses on both sides of the border. Both the Freewells and Lyrans would place a bounty on them for their actions. The FWLM attack on Oliver was also a success for Marik, taking the planet back in mid-March. Maintaining the momentum, the Freewells League military struck at Zosma, Denebola, and New Earth. These attacks kept the LCAF from advancing in that region, though they were still able to seize Concord and Promised Land further along the border. The last of the Capellan advances also came in 2840, though these won them precious little in the way of territory. The defenders on New Delos held their ground when the SECAF arrived in March, though another raid on Andurian in the summer did succeed in damaging their mech production plants. Their final effort came at Assumption in August, a system that Marik had been stubbornly clinging to despite its position far beyond the borders of its realm. While they may have been able to take back control of the planet, the Capellan armed forces had overextended themselves in doing so. Trying to take advantage of the situation while they were still overwhelmed, Charles used the only fresh levies he had been able to secure funding for to launch raids on Berenson and Fact in late October. Unfortunately, the Green troops would not survive their first engagement, a punishing loss for a military that was struggling to stay afloat. Despite the lackluster result, Liao was spent. Trying to maintain order on the dozens of worlds they had claimed these past few years consumed all their energy. With no ability to push any further in either direction, Lorelli Liao was forced to accept that recovering Chesterton was no longer a possibility. The Chesterton Decree granted House Hargreaves a seat on the Prefectorate as Duke in exile, but they would likely never recover their ancestral home. Yoguchi Kurita had spent his first years as coordinator revitalizing the DCMS and expanding their mercenary roster with Leviathan's Wake. As a career soldier, he did not wish to give up on a chance to lead troops into battle, and so in 2840 reformed the 4th Sword of Light out of the battered remnants of the 8th. Going forwards, these would serve as his family's personal guard. Though Yoguchi's actions so far had appeased the mustered soldiery, he did make one critical mistake. Never a strong supporter of the ISF, who he either didn't trust or considered dishonourable, early in his reign he placed the entire internal security force under the command of the military. This caused quite an upset within both factions. The DCMS felt they were being spied on, whereas the ISF felt they were being unfairly slighted after loyally serving the coordinator for many generations. It was a fracture that others would seek to exploit. Kurita's revitalized DCMS began moving across the Lyran border in April. A pair of thrusts pushed into both the Federation of Sky and Tamar Pact. Along the Periphery border, the largest DCMS task force tried to mislead Steiner as to which planet they were heading towards by jumping from Verthandi to Chateau and then back to New Caledonia in May. First down were a battalion of the Sword of Light, who smartly made the capture of the planet's major supply and distribution hub their first objective. Once the spaceport was secured, the rest of the regiments entered atmosphere. Leading the Combine assault was the coordinator's son, Taisho Hugai Kurita, at the head of his father's regiment. Opposing him was Colonel Tiber Hinders of the Royal Guard, though their units would not be involved in the initial clashes. A diversionary raid was staged on Harvest, an agricultural linchpin of the region. The Rasalhague regulars met with such success that they ended up calling in reinforcements to help them secure the system. Less than 20% of the York regulars were able to escape Harvest. The survivors later disbanded. Back at the New Caledonian capital, the Royal Guards were fighting tooth and nail to hold back the DCMS. But once the Sword of Light overcame the York regulars, the odds of holding the city looked slim. Tiber's brother, Michael Hinders, broke off one of the battalions to prevent the Curitans from being able to bring their full might to bear. But by late August, they were in retreat yet again, this time heading to the SLDF fortress known as Redcastle. It would take another 17 months to drive them out. The Lambrecht salient was one Kurita was eager to remove. With the swift nullification of the garrison's air power, the aforementioned world became the first to fall after just 3 weeks. Thorin was the complete inverse. Terrible storms downed more aerospace fighters than either side's pilots. The reduced visibility they brought with them aided the heavier Lyran mechs and hindered the lighter Combine ones. When they did stumble into each other, the LCAF invariably came out on top. The Kuritan commander cut their losses, just as his Steiner counterpart on Lambrecht was doing the same. Deeper inside the Federation at Rancher, a raid on the Caledonia system resulted in the destruction of the last Mako-class corvette. It's unclear how many warships were still in existence at this point, but the only vessel in the Lyran Navy we know of was the LCS Invincible. By the end of the decade, it too would be put out to pasture when it was relocated to the capital Tharkad and decommissioned. The renewed conflict along their Spinwood border heavily disrupted Steiner's planned 2841 offensive against the Free Worlds League. Action around Tamarind had already dropped off, with the FWLM reclaiming 4 of their lost systems at the expense of only Kavanagh. The Lyrans also took Dane back in February, but after this their focus was to shift towards the Marik Commonwealth. To lead their attack in the region, they had managed to secure a contract with the 12th Starguard, who had served with the Capellans throughout the Succession Wars up to that point. Their summer assaults began with Savannah, Remulac and Nathan, but long before they were secured in autumn, the Kuritan threat had emerged along Steiner's flank, preventing any further advances. On the Draconis Combine home front, Yoguchi Kurita's sister Rowena was named the coordinator of the People's Reconstruction effort in 2841, a post previously held by their father. Women in the Draconis Combine were frequent victims of discrimination in professional circles, especially within the military and government. While service was not discouraged among the lower classes, noblewomen had a very rigidly defined role at their husband's or father's side. It was very much a man's world. But the PRE, as a distinctly non-military organisation, was not seen as being beyond her station as a woman. The position came with vast resources that Rowena immediately put to work, creating a second bureaucracy loyal exclusively to her. Within a year of this, she was making connections within the disenfranchised ISF, ultimately leading to a relationship with director Malcolm Katsuyori. She opened the PRE to his organisation, improving its efficiency while giving her allies a new avenue of gathering intelligence. They in turn provided her with information she used to increase her private wealth substantially. Her aggrandizement was not perceived as a direct challenge to her older brother, since it seemed to focus solely around material gain. By all accounts, the two siblings shared a strong familial bond, and so no effort was taken to curb her activities. Yoguchi Kurita had also ordered a pair of assaults against the Federated Sons in 2841, one each against the Robinson and Woodbine operational areas. The Davion realm had been largely quiet for the past few years, busy incorporating so many conquered Capellan systems into their realm. The military had not been idle, however, long suspecting that another Kuritan attack would come. The assault came later than it otherwise might have done, as on July 11th, the former coordinator Jinjiro Kurita in his secluded cell hanged himself. A week of mourning delayed operations, but they began immediately after. Early success was made by those units participating in the Robinson Thrust, capturing Breed, Clathandu, and Royal. But the raid against the capital was an abject failure. Running into far stiffer resistance than anticipated, the DCMS withdrew after just 6 days. Towards the Outworlds, Kolia became the first but ultimately only planet to change hands. Attacks on Anguilla, Bremond, and Sturgis went nowhere, while the garrison at their primary objective, Tancredi IV, proved as intractable as those on Robinson. After 11 days stuck in urban combat, the Kuritan survivors withdrew. On their way out of the system, they unleashed a bioweapon that would render this vital agricultural system virtually inhospitable. The Davion counterattack came sooner than the Draconis Combine could have imagined. In late October, they made their first moves in what would become their primary war aim for the next few years, re-establishing a Terran corridor. An invasion of 4 Kuritan planets followed. Naturally, the DCMS redeployed to deal with this new threat, but this opened them up to other intrusions along a much-neglected front. Chancellor Lorelli Liao ordered her troops to advance into Kuritan space, taking for herself Anka, Heen, New Florence, Ronal, and Tybalt, all of which the Dragon had pried away from them early in the 29th century. This threw Davion plans into disarray, as those were systems that they too coveted. Assembling a large task force, they decided to strike instead at one of the Confederation's cornerstones, the planet Northwind. 4 mech regiments arrived in November, escorted by a pair of warships. 3 lighter Capellan vessels opposed them, but the loss of CCS Meiji caused the other 2 indispensable warships to withdraw. The way had been cleared. Though the Northwind Highlanders fielded an unmatched 6 regiments, only 2 were ever home at one time. The rest were sorely needed elsewhere. Most of the fighting would take place within the Cairngorm Mountains, while the Blue Star Irregulars moved to take control of Cromarty City. The canyons allowed the Highlanders to mitigate their numbers disadvantage, but as the AFFS closed relentlessly, they realised that neither did the canyons allow for a way out. Both regiments were destroyed utterly, fighting to the bitter end. Capellan propaganda cast the Davion invaders as barbarians, and soon the rest of the mercenary brigade were calling for retribution. Lorelli denied them, however, unable to spare such a powerful frontline unit for a non-essential objective, though she promised them that one day the Northwind Highlanders would return home. Davion completed their conquest of Mallory's World and Ozawa, then secured Mara and New Roads in the new year. Further spinward, they had equal success. The AFFS worked alongside the new War Griffin's mercenary cadre to take Bryceland, Medron, Niles, and Whittington, but these were the only planets to change hands on this front in 2842. In the Freewells League, Charles Marik could feel the noose tightening around his neck. In the past few months, Liao had taken Procyon and Steiner a further 5 systems. A despairing Captain General was heading for what he believed would be the final battle of his time in office. Charles had become persona non grata within his own parliament on Atreus, and so took what ragtag forces he could muster to the hyper-industrial world of Irian for a hopeless defence. He was reinforced by Harlan Allison at the head of his premier Fusiliers of Oriente brigade, but the odds of turning back the approaching Lyran onslaught seemed slim. Harlan too was resigned to his fate. He had lost both his sons during the ComStar War, an only daughter to a tragic accident. He seemed content to go out fighting alongside his lord and master. Judgment Day arrived on January 5th. Despite being outnumbered 3-1, Marik and Allison held their ground around the Irian Technologies headquarters and factory. Battle mechs fresh off the assembly lines were pressed into service only to be destroyed hours later. It was a brutal affair, with all the worst hallmarks of urban warfare. Kirin River, the planetary capital, was surrounded by a massive 20-meter wall, with another around Old Town at its centre. Steiner breached the outer defences early, meaning the two sides were penned in between the fortifications. On February 9th, the Captain General was ambushed and his Orion mech destroyed. He ejected moments before detonation and was recovered by reserves before he could be captured. This was small comfort to him, as the Lyrans had established a beachhead within Old Town. The day before the battle commenced, an important development had occurred back on Atreus. The Duke of Oriente had sent his brother Kendall to meet with one of the few Marik loyalists remaining, Marin Ladislaw. Also lending his support to what would become known as the Ladislaw Amendment was Duke Jonathan Humphreys. By this point, Hector Lombard's coalition had collapsed into bickering among themselves, meaning there was no united opposition to the bill that would restore military funding and raise fresh levies to relieve the FWLM on Irian. Facing the very real prospect that the Freewells League was about to be overrun, many MPs turned back to Marik. Voting on the crucial legislation concluded with a tally of 213 for to 185 against. Help was on the way. It arrived just as the Lyrans were about to land the killing blow. On March 19th, 5 regiments appeared in system aboard hastily chartered merchant freighters and headed for the Captain General. Their initial ferocity helped them win the Battle of Kirin River, but Steiner still controlled the rest of the planet. The Lyrans were suffering from heavy attrition, but the FWLM reinforcements were poorly organised and inexperienced. However, when word reached them that other liberation efforts had reclaimed Bonaire and Tania Borealis and were now heading that way, the Archon realised that Irian was a lost cause and ordered the survivors to pull back. This was the turning point. Charles Marik and the Freewells League had survived their darkest hour. They would soon remind their aggressors that the Eagle United was a force to be reckoned with. On July 4th, 2842, First Prince of the Federated Sons, Paul Davion, died unexpectedly of heart failure after over 40 years in office. His accomplishments and legacy are almost unparalleled. During the First Succession War, he rallied a realm teetering on the edge of oblivion and pushed their aggressor, who was but a single step from landing the killing blow on their capital, all the way back to their borders. During the Second Succession War, he had made incredible gains along the Capellan front, and time and again frustrated efforts by the Kuritan enemy to snatch away vulnerable systems. Politically, he had cemented his family's dominance over the nation in ways that none of his predecessors had managed. He had done so without creating antipathy within his government, a testament to his excellent leadership skills. Paul Davion is surely in contention for being the finest leader the Federated Sons has ever seen. Stepping into his massive shoes was his son Michael Davion. So many times in history, a strong ruler has been followed by a weak one, but Michael was a capable statesman in his own right. His priorities did differ from his father, however, and the renewed effort to create a Terran corridor as begun by Paul the previous year was put on hold while the Federated Sons transitioned. One of his chief concerns was the rapid decline in advanced technology. Already the achievements of the Star League were being talked about with reverence less than a century after its fall. Reversing that trend became Michael's pet project during his time as First Prince, and we can still see his impact on Federated Sons universities today. Little did he know that for every piece of technology he saved, Karpov's ComStar was erasing 10 more. At New Caledonia, the battle between Steiner and Kurita was into its second year. The Star League fortress Redcastle was holding strong, but the loss of their mountain airbase in October planted the seed of doubt within Colonel Tiber Hinders. The sudden defeat was so absolute, he suspected betrayal from within. Redcastle was eventually overcome in January, and his next moves were all countered immediately, confirming in his mind that they had been sold out. He ordered the Royal Guards to split up, and the unit fought as guerrillas for the next few years. In the Free Worlds League, House Marik was beginning the long road to recovery. Their victory at Irian had been a decisive turning point, not just for the nation, but for the planet itself. Irian Battlemechs Unlimited may have lost more than 75% of their production lines, but the rest of the world had been thoroughly despoiled. The corporate overlords were at the center of rebuilding efforts, and the system would become an independent province under their governance later in the Second Succession War. The FWLM was on the counterattack, riding the wave that took them to Malungara and Trellisane in the second half of 2842, then on to Nokatunga, Malazan and Alula Borealis in 2843. In the Terran corner, they also made headway against the Lyrans on Acubens and Connaught, though their remaining 3 targets turned into protracted slogs. Each League invasion force was eventually driven off over the next 3 years. A personal tragedy for Captain General Charles Marik occurred on Dunne, where his son William was killed in action during the fight to liberate the system. The campaign would press on regardless, with Charles and his descendants frequently leading from the front. Leading from the front was not something that was in Michael Davion's wheelhouse. In fact, his interest in military matters was largely absent. This could have created problems, as the head of state was also the head of the armed forces. To overcome this shortcoming, he appointed his experienced uncle, Peter Davion, to the new position of Prime Marshal, bestowing on him all the authority traditionally wielded by the First Prince. A strong family bond existed between the two, so there was no fear of betrayal. Peter had essentially taken on the role his own uncle, Thomas Holder Davion, had held during Paul's administration. Michael instead focused his energies on making peace proposals to his neighbours. He understood full well that neither state would be willing to end the war at present, and neither would his own people, but local peaces allowed for some recovery and reconstruction on worlds that were on the brink of collapse. His decision to forego further aggression on the Combine border did not please everyone, and he narrowly avoided assassination by sniper in only his second year. "2843 marked the commencement of a renewed campaign against the Capellan Confederation. Championed by Duke Harlan Allison of the Grand Duchy of Oriente, La Reconquista began in March with a raid to destroy the BattleMech factories on Bryant and the capture of Second Chance and Shea Pao. They would strengthen their position in the new year with 2 flanking attacks, one against the Andurian commonality and another into the Tikonov commonality. The Marik militia sent to reclaim Bernardo believed that they had an easy task ahead of them, as Safe reported that Justine's Grenadiers had abandoned the planet back in 2838 to reinforce Susano. In actuality, the Capellans had returned soon after and hidden their camp among the planet's polar ice caps. A whole company of light mechs were captured in a surprise attack before the Liao troops lifted off-world with their bounty. They would return to cause more mayhem, but only as a layover on their journey deep into the Free Worlds League. An R&R base on Wisconsin was their primary target, where they wiped out virtually the entire 8th Marik militia before they themselves were destroyed. In a Corward direction, Archon Marcus Steiner had been touring the front line throughout 2843, hoping to boost morale and shore up defences. A busy schedule kept him hopping from star to star, but his voyage was abandoned when he contracted a virulent strain of meningitis at Lorik. He was rushed back to the capital to undergo treatment, but while still en route, lapsed into a coma on November 24th. By the time he arrived home in February, the Estates General was in disarray. The unconscious Marcus was still notionally in charge, but he was clearly unable to perform his duties. General of the Armies Miles Kempek stepped forward in the interim to ensure the Commonwealth was adequately protected. The Tamar Pact was looking particularly vulnerable with so much focus along the Marik border. The previous year, the LCAF had hired the Tamar pikemen to defend the capital, while a few jumps away, the Antares Scorpions would form in 2844 to further secure the region. The government, meanwhile, was trying to decide who to pronounce Archon Designate. Two names rose to the forefront. The first was Marcus's brother, Claudius Steiner, an experienced commander and social charmer, but also somewhat aloof, with no strong political allies at court. His rival was Marcus's wife, Melissa Nin. While she had many friends among the nobility, she also lacked political acumen. Crucially though, there was a power block within the Estates General, led by Speaker of the Assembly Harlan Dinesen, that felt they could more easily influence her and thus exert greater control over the Commonwealth. This stalemate at the Triad allowed for the Freewells League to recover another 3 systems, including the hotly contested world of Bella, over which half a dozen battles had been fought since the fall of the Star League. At the height of the leadership debate that raged throughout 2844, the Estates General received a missive from Claudius himself that would send shockwaves across Tharkad. Harlan was able to use Steiner's words against him to galvanize enough representatives into supporting his candidate. In December, Melissa Nin narrowly came out ahead to be named the first non-Steiner Archon in over 4 centuries. Her position was confirmed on March 13, 2845, when Marcus Steiner passed away after 16 months in a coma. Unfortunately, she proved as weak-willed as some had feared and others had hoped for. Dinesen and his supporters reveled in their newfound power while neglecting the defense of the realm. Their disinterest in running the war for the Commonwealth eventually forced Claudius's hand. He arrived on August 20th with the intention of deposing his sister-in-law. A brief mech battle between 2 regiments of the Lyran Guards, Steiner's 2nd and Nin's 3rd, saw Claudius the victor. Most of the Estates General now looked forward to a return to normality. They were quickly disabused of that notion by Steiner's harsh justice, executing Melissa Nin and Harlan Dinesen for treason the next day. But it was the new Archon's second act that left them truly astonished. Claudius disbanded the Estates General indefinitely. Over the last few years, the Prime Marshal of the AFFS had managed to more or less re-establish the Federated Sun's vital Terran corridor. They were only blocked from completing the route when Liao secured Fomalhaut across that path. However, this was not achieved without losses elsewhere. Peter Davion was essentially fighting with one arm tied behind his back, as his nephew tried his best to de-escalate the conflict. It was a noble goal, but one that would prove costly. Unable to launch cross-border raids to unsettle the DCMS, Kurita exploited their inaction by driving their forces onwards into the Draconis March. For the second time in his short reign, First Prince Michael Davion was the target of an assassination attempt in 2845. His uncle Peter had just led the AFFS to victory at Avigate and Sadar along the Cyan-St. Ives commonality border, but Michael again requested that he scale back his aggression in light of his expanded efforts to reach a peace with Liao. However, Chancellor Lorelli had continually rebuffed his proposal so far, still bitter that her own mother's efforts had been spat on by his predecessor. The Peace Prince, as Michael had become known, was not acting altogether altruistically. In fact, it's clear that Davion felt very self-important, perhaps even delusionally so. His terms repeatedly called for Kurita and Liao to recognize him as the first lord of a reformed Star League. Such an incredibly out-of-touch demand would have been rejected out of hand, likely sabotaging any chances of a lasting peace from being established. The Freewells League counteroffensive was in full swing by 2845. They fully exploited the political instability within the Lyran Commonwealth to wrestle back control of 7 worlds, much of the heavy lifting done by their 2 newest mercenary regiments, Landers Lancers and Reds Grenadiers. La Reconquista succeeded in taking another 6 systems from the Capellans. While the Confederation was definitely on the back foot, they made the Freewells League pay a high price for every planet. Orenson was one of the bloodiest battles of the war. Oriente's advance was thrown into disarray when Liao struck back at New Delos. On October 2nd, Duke Harlan Allison, one of the finest MechWarriors of his generation, with over 127 kills to his name, was killed in action. But this was just the first tragedy to befall the ruling family of Oriente that month, as 2 days later, on October 4th, his brother Kendall Allison was assassinated on Atreus. It's unclear whether the 2 events are connected. Word of the Duke's death had not even reached the capital when Kendall was shot. We don't know the exact details of the New Delos raid, but unless there was a convoluted plot to ensure Harlan did not survive the battle, it seems the timing was coincidence. What we do know is that the Marquis's wife refused to serve as regent, foregoing her twin daughter's birthright on their behalf. It's possible that she was under pressure from enemies of House Marik, looking to rob the Captain General of support in Parliament. The calls to raise Blair Hallis, a MechWarrior from the Ducal Guard, to House Allison's position are also somewhat suspect. By all accounts, he was apolitical, someone who would either take little part in affairs of state or could be manipulated by those around him. If all this was an elaborate scheme to undermine the Captain General, the great irony is that it was all ultimately futile. Blair's grandson would later marry one of Kendall's daughters, uniting the 2 families, and House Hallis has been a stalwart of Marik support in Parliament ever since. Early in 2846, Prime Marshal Peter Davion's limited campaign against the Capellans succeeded in taking Cotocalo, but aside from a deep raid onto Carver 5 to strike at Blandford's Grenadiers, this was as far as Michael allowed the AWFS to advance. A second failed bomb hit in successive years perhaps finally snapped the First Prince out of his fantasy and made him take notice that the armed forces of the Federated Sons were on the verge of mutiny. It might already have been too late to stop it. In May, Peter Davion was approached by a cabal of high-ranking officers. With his approval, they would step in to remove Michael from the throne and place Peter there in turn. The Prime Marshal was incensed by the suggestion. The schemers were turned away and threatened with dire actions should they continue in their efforts. He went on record soon after, publicly affirming his support of his nephew, but ultimately, the AWFS had made their point. Whether Peter and Michael ever communicated about the near revolt isn't clear, but the First Prince abandoned his peace proposal soon after, and charged his uncle with seeking a military victory for House Davion. After taking power within the Lyran Commonwealth, Claudius Steiner's psychopathic tendencies came to the forefront. A reign of terror is probably the most accurate way to describe his time in office. The LIC, especially the Loki agents, would spend their days rounding up anyone who had displeased the Archon. Those poor unfortunate individuals had an equal chance of being thrown in a cell to rot, forced to participate in horrific blood sports, or invited to a lavish dinner where Claudius would raise a toast to their good health. Miles Kempek, meanwhile, had the Lyran Commonwealth Armed Forces on lockdown. Helping to bolster the front line were the 12th Starguard, who had formed the Ratfrags 1 year earlier, then Lescouflers Landsknechts in 2846, meaning they now surpassed the Northwind Highlanders to become the largest mercenary brigade in existence. The LCAF expanded their contract to include all 5 regiments. Claudius Steiner was proving to be a terrible liability for the nation's defence. Because of this, the LIC was maintaining a watchful eye on their Spinwood neighbour, certain that Kurita would soon take advantage of the situation. The Bondians trained a number of courtesans to infiltrate the private households of the powerful and wealthy, hoping to glean any information that could give them forewarning of an invasion. The most successful of these was the Norn agent known as Snowfire, who in time would catch the eye of the coordinator himself. But Snowfire, or Denise Vanderham if that was her real name, was a double agent. She was in contact with the head of SAFE's Luthien station. The information she relayed back to the LIC may have allowed them to counter Kuritan raids, but it exaggerated the risk on that front. This allowed Marik an easier time of things when they launched lightning strikes at a Crux and Miser to disrupt the LCAF's activities, and another deep raid to Furillo, which caused much destruction. It was not, however, enough to prevent their attempt to retake Dixie from failing. Liao might have hoped that the end of the noble House Allison would bring a halt to advances on that front, but Hallis proved just as capable of continuing the offensive. The Seacaf doggedly held on to Wazan, but Harzefeld and Singhai would fall in 2846. Deep raids into the Confederation, striking at Second Try and even Harlock beyond Cyan, gave the Strategios little choice but to order their forces to shelter in place, knowing another attack could come at any location. The FWLM took advantage of this by launching another assault on Assumption in November. It was a short campaign, only lasting a month, but a very costly one. 40% of the troops dispatched to take the world would not return. The next year, House Humphreys was seeking retribution for the attacks on their ancestral home a decade prior. They launched their own raid against the Andurian Commonality's capital, and also recaptured Mozero. In 2847, Charles Marik would make his first return to Atreus since he departed for Irian half a decade earlier. He had left in disgrace, but returned to find a newfound support at home. The Captain General was well on his way to recovering the territory lost during the ComStar War, a remarkable turnaround. He would cement his popularity in Parliament the following year by lifting the ban on so-called restricted items, usually just luxuries the ruling class craved. With the new freedom granted him by the First Prince, Prime Marshal Peter Davion expanded AFFS operations to include the Draconis Combine Front. With an increased budget, he was able to hire the mercenary battalion Quinn's Quads to help with future actions in the march. Focusing on recovering worlds lost to the Dragon, Rowe was the first to be welcomed back into the fold, then Crossing and Glenmora in 2848. Simultaneously, he continued to drive his forces into the St. Ives Commonality, expanding the Capellan March with another pair of systems. For the past 7 years, Colonel Tiber Hinders had been resisting the occupation of New Caledonia. His troops had scattered into the hills to fight as guerrillas, making life hell for the garrison. The Sword of Light had long since departed, but the coordinator's son, Hugai Kurita, still remained on world. Tiber and his brother Michael Hinders had called on the population to fight, and they did so in great numbers. Roughly 40,000 New Caledonians would be casualties of the vicious campaign, but by 2848, both sides knew that the resistance was doomed, and in July, the last of the Royal Guard were taken prisoner. There was no civility between the two commanders when Hugai met Tiber, but the Kuritan did at least offer satisfaction in a matter that had long weighed on Colonel Hinder's mind. Earlier in the campaign, the Royal Guards had been betrayed from within. Hugai offered a chance to face this turncoat in battle, which Tiber accepted. The two were loaded into a pair of mechs and faced off outside the capital city. Both proved exceptionally skilled, as to be expected from members of the elite Royal Guards, but ultimately Tiber won out. Approaching the ruined Thunderbolt, he found his brother Michael's body within. Hugai executed the broken colonel moments later, along with the rest of his staff. It remains open to debate whether Michael was the spy, or if there even was one. Certainly it could be argued that the resistance should have fallen apart much sooner had there actually been treachery. A run of bad luck could easily have accounted for their misfortune back in 2843. Hugai proved how villainously manipulative he could be with his next act, so it's quite possible Michael Hinders was made the same deal as his brother, a chance to get even. Their battle to the death was for more than just Hugai's amusement. A recording of the duel was dispatched to Archon Claudius Steiner, a great lover of senseless violence himself. This cruel joke would be Kurita's undoing, as the mad successor lord swore bloody vengeance. He ordered the LIC to carry out Operation Praying Mantis, the assassination of the Kuritan family. The situation on the Marik-Liao border had stagnated into a series of costly raids. A strike at Altora in 2848 was bound to result in retaliation, which came at Assumption the next year. On planet were two of Charles's descendants, his son Garth and grandson Michael. It had become common for the family to take an active role on the front lines, but their safety was very much at risk at these exposed positions, as had been demonstrated when Michael's own father William was killed 6 years earlier. Using her latest mercenary acquisitions, Narhol's Raiders and Nai Tuka, to cover her flank, Chancellor Lorelli Liao ordered the Northwind Highlanders to seize the planet at any cost, and if the Marik family were to suffer a personal loss at the same time, so much the better. After failing to take out the two Marik heirs conventionally, the SECAF pulled back and launched a nuclear weapon at their position, killing both instantly. Assumption was reclaimed once and for all soon after. Whatever Lorelli hoped to gain from this act, the consequences should have been obvious. A Freewells League vessel jumped into the heart of the Confederation, took up position over Capella itself, and fired its nuclear payload at the planet below. This was the last time in history that either successor state would deploy nuclear weapons, though both still jealously guard enormous stockpiles. In February 2849, Coordinator Yuguchi Kurita arrived on Tishomingo to personally lead the defense of this important planet. Despite belonging to the Federated Suns throughout the era of the Star League, the population had turned strongly in favour of the Draconis Combine during their many years of rulership in the First Succession War. Escorting him to the planet were his Sword of Light and 3 conventional regiments, adding their strength to the 6 militia regiments already on World. When Peter Davion arrived in March, he did so with an overwhelming force. 4 battlemech and 16 conventional units gave them a 2-to-1 advantage, 4-to-1 in mech disparity. Though they put up a fanatical resistance for a time, the Sword of Light was completely eradicated in April. The subjugation of Tishomingo was complete 2 months later. But here the Davion intelligence agencies failed them, as the presence of the Coordinator on World remained unknown. Yoguchi faded into the countryside, hoping to raise an army that could overthrow the garrison once the Prime Marshal's main strength moved on. He didn't have to wait long, as Peter's task force jumped to their next targets within the month, achieving similarly crushing victories there. On May 8, 2849, the people of the Lyran Commonwealth collectively breathed a deep sigh of relief when Archon Claudius Steiner suffered a coronary episode and died before medical aid could arrive. Some say that it was deliberately late in coming. Claudius had frequented hospitals during his time in office, and the Lyran doctors resented being forced to keep many poor individuals alive to suffer through ever more extreme torture methods during the Mad Steiner's reign of terror. Other rumours suggest that his mother forced him to drink poison, or he was smothered by his wife. Whatever the reason, he was dead, and his 8-year-old daughter Elizabeth was far too young to take his place. Rebecca Morgan, Claudius's partner, stepped in to bring some semblance of order back to the Commonwealth, beginning by reconvening the Estates General. They agreed that a regent would be needed to safeguard the realm until Elizabeth came of age, but there was no consensus on who that should be. To avoid a repeat of Melissa Nin's disastrously short reign, a compromise was found, and on October 13th, a trio of candidates were elected to form a triumvirate. This council consisted of Speaker of the Assembly Henri de Calidor and the Duchesses Eliza Atten and Rebecca Morgan herself. Over at Luthien, the Coordinator's apparent death had sent shockwaves through the Imperial city. Upon his return to the Combine, the DCMS commander had reported that Yuguchi had been killed in action on Tishomingo. There was also the small matter of the Sword of Light being down a regiment, but the 8th could be fairly easily reformed. After the death of his firstborn in a battle mech accident some years earlier, Yuguchi had not named an heir. Hugai would have been next in line, but he was not present at court at this vital moment. Even if he had been, it's unlikely that he would have had the support to supplant his aunt Rowena, who stepped forward as the acting coordinator until the nobility could settle the matter. Rumours were circulating that a Kuritan operative was fomenting a rebellion back on Tishomingo. Davion was trying to stamp out the unrest, but feared that they would soon be facing a large uprising. Their priorities shifted drastically when word got out that the supposed ISF agent inciting the population to violence was none other than Yuguchi Kurita himself. Davion immediately gave orders to move more troops to the planet, but he was beaten to the punch by the coordinator's sister Rowena. She had her suspicions that her brother was still alive, and so had already dispatched a relief force before the truth had come out. A quartet of DCMS regiments made landfall in August, to find that much of the population had taken up arms in support of Kurita. Before the AFFS reinforcements could arrive, Yuguchi was heading out of the system for good. Tishomingo would become one of the bloodiest battles of the Second Succession War, surpassed only by those rare instances where WMDs struck population centres. Restoring order to the chaos that had broken out upon the Coordinator's successful escape would ultimately cost the lives of 3 million civilians, many of whom had willingly given their lives in service to the Draconis Combine. Yuguchi Kurita's return to Luthien after the near disaster at Tishomingo was a triumph celebrated across the Draconis Combine. Their quick action allowed them to snatch the Coordinator out from under Davion's sword moments before they could land a killing blow. Despite the fact they had lost the battle, his resistance in the face of overwhelming odds was an enormous morale boost for the mustered soldiery. Those few months of uncertainty had caused considerable turmoil at court, however, and so to ensure that such a situation did not arise again, Yuguchi took this moment to name his successor. The Coordinator thought little of his 2 surviving sons. Hugai was a touch too psychotic even for his family, while Toragi was a political schemer whose physical disabilities had kept him out of the military. In another realm, he would have been a fine pick, but in the excessively martial society of the Draconis Combine, he would simply not do. His sister Rowena had proven herself more than capable during his absence. Her ties to the ISF and time with the PRE made her supremely qualified, were it not for one simple matter: she was a woman. Not since Sariwan McAllister Kurita had manipulated and murdered her way to the top back in the 26th century and again in the 27th had there been a female coordinator. That Sariwan was probably one of the best in their history was easily forgotten in their patriarchal society. Therefore, Rowena too was passed over. In the end, Yuguchi settled on his younger brother Miyogi. He had the military career, the political experience, and the right gender to appease all parties. Anything Miyogi lacked, he would surely have sufficient time to learn while his older sibling held the reins of government. Of course, the best laid plans of mice and men often go awry, and dragons are no exception to that rule. Despite his desires, Yuguchi would never again leave Luthien. Within the year, he was slain. What transpired was a near-perfect storm. First to feel the mailed fist of Steiner vengeance was Hugai Kurita. Operation Praying Mantis, begun by the mad Archon Claudius 2 years prior, called for the death of the Coordinator and his barbarous son. Despite a change in rulership within the Commonwealth, the Lyran Intelligence Corps went ahead with the assassination. The hitmen perhaps played their hand too soon by targeting Hugai first. The attempt on his life was not wholly successful, though Kurita's life-threatening injuries kept him in a coma for several crucial months. When word of the operation made its way to the ears of the ISF director Malcolm Katsuyori, he zealously hunted for any Lyran agents hidden at court, spoiling any chance of their success. Claudius's efforts to bring the Coordinator to justice had come up short. Unbeknownst to anyone, there was a grave threat lurking in Yuguchi's own bedchamber. Of all the courtesans within the Imperial City, his favourite was the Lyran agent Snowfire. She had avoided the ISF's purge as she knew nothing of the planned assassination, belonging to an entirely separate branch of the LIC. At some point, word of the plot passed from Katsuyori's lips to Rowena's. She too was rumoured to be one of Snowfire's lovers. If Rowena was suspicious of Vanderham's private letters back to her mother in the Commonwealth, she did not mention it to her brother or lover, nor did the ISF ever decipher a code from the messages. Praying Mantis might have been stopped were it not for the fact that Snowfire was made aware of the operation by her safe contact. In her past life, she had been in love with a member of the 4th Royal Guards. Learning of their grisly fate was enough to make her act. For their part, the Freewills League rightfully suspected that the murder of the Coordinator would bring about harsh retribution, in turn giving them the opportunity to make further gains on the Lyran front. MIIO records suggest they too had their own operative embedded within Unity Palace. Performing the assassination would be no simple matter, but it appears Snowfire was aided in some way by this unknown agent. Perhaps they were the source of the knife she would use, or supplied her with keys that allowed her to move through the palace unseen. Alternatively, they could have been one of the guards responsible for ensuring the safety of Kurita's bedroom, who allowed her entry with the weapon. We will likely never be able to distinguish complicity from complacency. On December 12, 2850, Snowfire cut Yuguchi's throat while he slept. She placed on his body the insignia of the Royal Guards, then drank a vial of fast-acting poison and lay down beside him. They were found dead in the morning. As per Yuguchi's wishes, his brother Miyogi was named Coordinator after his death. His first act was to purge the entire palace staff of any individuals with even a trace of Lyran heritage. 54 people were rounded up and executed. With his bloodlust sated for the moment, Miyogi began plotting a far grander operation. Like his predecessor, he would return to the infamous world of Hesperus. (2850) was little more than a year of raiding for the Inner Sphere. The same exhaustion that had crept in towards the end of the First Succession War was starting to rear its head again. One of the only factions to make any notable moves was the Freewells League. They had hired the Myrmidons the previous year, sending them to strike at the Federation of Sky at Alioth and Kalidasa. This prompted the Lyrans to hire Murphy's Law, while the 12th Star Guard expanded to 6 regiments with the addition of Rippon's Grenadiers. On the Liao border, FWLM units were pummeling the Capella commonalty at Chitwan and Ingersoll, while other troops moved to secure nearby Old Kentucky and Kalmar further inward. For their part, the Capellans launched a raid against the Federated Sons to strike at the factories of Axton, but suffered another loss when Davion took Pentvar. 2851 would see only a single raid against Ford before the Captain General's focus shifted elsewhere to deal with a humanitarian disaster on Hassad caused by an enormous tidal wave. Mercenaries would continue to be in demand as the Usyk Irregulars formed within the Combine, part of Miyogi's preparations for his grand offensive. Charles returned to his raiding campaign in 2852 with attacks on Hall and Wazat, but again he was the only successor lord making moves. A far larger effort would soon commence along the Lyran border, but it would begin with one of the few periphery actions of the Succession Wars. The Black Warriors had been a constant thorn in Marik's side since they were left behind by Kerensky's SLDF. To bring an end to this irritants, in 2853 the Captain General tasked the Eridani Light Horse with subduing their old brothers-in-arms. Colonel Ezra Bradley, former hero of the Star League Civil War, was over 100 years old by this point, but he still participated in planning the assault. On their way to their destination, the mercenaries would attempt to retake a pair of Steiner worlds, drawing the Triumvirate's attention away from their main objective. The operation got off to an inauspicious start. Though Magrez was captured, Charles's grandson Thomas was killed in the effort. Ilian proved more stubborn and not worth the effort given their true intentions lay elsewhere. In the end, only one regiment was needed to overwhelm the pirates. The Cercinus Federation was subdued without any significant fighting. The Freewells League claimed they were there to prevent the farmers from being exploited by the renegade mercs, but in truth, later garrisons took advantage of the locals far more than the Black Warriors ever did. A truce was agreed with their colonel, Angelica Chirion, that would allow the former mercenaries to join forces with the Eridani Light Horse and launch diversionary raids on Lyran worlds at the extreme end of the border. A much larger offensive under the command of the Captain General's heir Gerald Marik was about to commence, and trouble in the Protectorate of Donegal would prevent Steiner from being able to direct all of their reinforcements to the Federation of Sky alone. First to feel the wrath of the Black Warriors was Pancada on April 4th. On their way out of the system 3 days later, Colonel Chirion informed her Eridani counterpart that she had just received new orders. The two were to hit Bilawela, which they did on the 17th. Once on the ground, the Cercinus pirates returned to their old ways, robbing several banks while the Light Horse took on the militia. The whole operation had been a fabrication, earning the ire of Colonel Idris Majed in the process. Gerald Marik's offensive got underway soon after, and met with mixed success. Though they were able to capture 5 planets with the help of 2 new mercenary regiments, Willoughby's Wildcats and Xiao's Caissons, Devil's Rock was somewhat of a Pyrrhic victory, as the invasion force suffered around 60% casualties. Furthermore, 3 of the targeted worlds had managed to drive them back. Rising tensions between the Black Warriors and Eridani Light Horse finally erupted into violence on July 5th, while the two were conducting a raid on Starshine. Again, the pirates had picked their own target based solely on the value of what they could pillage. Initially, the mercenaries and garrison engaged each other, but a deal was reached with the Lyran commander that would allow them to work together to put a stop to the pirate menace. Majed personally downed Angelica's battlemaster, then stranded the rest of her unit on Starshine for the Commonwealth to deal with. The Light Horse arrived back on Cercinus on the 28th. Ezra Bradley would formally hand over control of the regimental combat team to Idris Majed upon their return. What few Black Warriors remained on planet were disarmed, though they would re-emerge as a threat in later years. In the end, the whole operation proved pointless. It was intended as a way to bypass the heavily defended Paul's Bow and strike at juicier targets along the Commonwealth's periphery border, but no such attacks ever took place. Elizabeth Steiner in 2853 was only 13 years old, but she had already learned much about how her realm functioned by attending meetings of the Triumvirate. Each one of her regents was pulling in a different direction. Henri de Calidor wanted to increase the power of the Estates General, but he was also somewhat of a military poser despite his lack of knowledge on such matters. Duchess Eliza Atten had family ties to both Skye and Tamar, and was a strong advocate of regional power. Her mother, Duchess Rebecca Morgan, was firmly pro-Steiner and wished to see their control of the Commonwealth expanded. While all three frequently disagreed, they could at least function as a unified bloc when their realm was threatened from outside. Their greatest challenge came on April 9, 2853. Just as the Marik invasion was commencing, a Draconis Combine Admiralty armada arrived at Hesperus. The attack had been in the planning stages for many years. Miyogi may have taken the credit, but it was mostly his dead brother's work. Spearheading the assault were all 6 of Kurita's remaining warships, the last of their kind in service anywhere within the Inner Sphere. It was a weapon that Steiner had no answer for. The warship juggernauts of the other successor state navies had all met fairly ignominious ends during the Second Succession War. The Federated Sons Navy Department of the Line lost their last Congress D to a Capellan mine, while their final Nucertus class FSS Pleiades broke in two while journeying back from the front for repairs. The Great Soil class, pride of the Liao and Marik fleets, was picked apart by fighters its colossal mass driver was incapable of targeting. The rest of their fleets were either decommissioned or scrapped. The 6th Battle of Hesperus began when Taisho Susumu Fujiwara commanded the naval group to capture the recharge stations, swiftly crushing the defences around the facilities. Over 100 aerospace fighters and 40 larger vessels were destroyed at the expense of 20 fighters and less than a dozen dropships. With the space lanes secure, he moved his force into orbit and began a long siege that would go on for another 20 weeks. This lengthy pause is why history books often break down what is essentially just one year-long campaign into 3 separate battles. The ground invasion, historically dubbed the 7th Battle of Hesperus, began in late August. Defending the planet were a trio of battlemech regiments and 6 conventional ones. Continual airstrikes over the last 5 months had significantly depleted their supplies and shattered their morale. A raid against them were a terrifying 8 mech and 15 conventional units, all under the command of Taisho Carson Santander. The war on Hesperus was a brutal affair that claimed the lives of many of the defenders. Throughout September, the LCAF was ground down, while the abundance of DCMS regiments on hand allowed them to rotate the units regularly to keep them all well rested. Efforts to break through the blockade and relieve the garrison were continually turned back by the massive naval task force in orbit. By the end of October, the Arcturan Guards and 4 conventional regiments had been destroyed. The rest of the garrison had been isolated away from the factory complex. Taisho Santander closed in for the kill on October 25th, but as they approached the fortified gate, the factory workers within sallied forth to meet them. Baron Ivar Brewer had organised them into a so-called Force of Last Resort, and this was that moment. The unit was outfitted with factory-fresh, or in some cases incomplete battle mechs, and though they had next to zero combat experience, the surprise ambush forced Carson to pull back so he could regroup. Crashing into their flank came the last mechs of the Sky Rangers, inflicting heavy casualties on the disorganized Kuritans. Despite the setback, the DCMS rallied and cleared the field of the last Steiner holdouts. After 5 failed attempts, it looked as if the production lines on Hesperus were finally going to fall. Kurita would make use of the facility themselves until a sufficiently strong counterattack dislodged them, but no doubt they would sabotage the complex on their way out to ensure it could no longer be used to support the Lyran war effort. This would have been the likely outcome had not Henri de Calidor suggested a bold plan back in September. The decommissioned LCS Invincible had been moved to Tharkad some years earlier, now serving as nothing more than a museum piece, but could feasibly be brought back into service. The biggest problem would be crewing the battlecruiser, as the only naval officers with experience fighting in such a vessel had long since retired. For the second time in the war, the Commonwealth turned to their oldest veterans for their salvation. While they trained together for the upcoming battle, the Lyran garrison was paying a heavy price in blood to protect the Defiance Industries factory. As Santander was closing on the facility below, the Invincible had materialized overhead, beginning the 8th Battle of Hesperus. The DCA warships had a distinct numbers advantage, but their largest vessel was a Baron-class destroyer, barely half the size of their opponent. Furthermore, not one shipyard remained in operation that could still service such massive naval juggernauts, and so their warships were all in a miserable state of repair. Invincible blasted its way through DCS Yedo, while its fighters picked apart the aging Vigilant-class DCS Worm, but the battlecruiser took no notice of the remaining vessels as the crew centered their weapons on the battle raging below. Victory for House Kurita was within their grasp, but at that moment, the Combine mechs were transported back in time to the original invasion of 2787, and got to experience firsthand the horrors their predecessors had during the First Succession War, as massed orbital fire rained down on top of them. The survivors, of which there were few, scattered into the mountains, while the crew of LCS Invincible turned back to more pressing matters. The bypassed warships had maneuvered behind her and trapped the Tharkad class in low orbit. Any other ship might have accepted the inevitable, but not that crew. In a masterclass of naval warfare, the Invincible battled their way free. As each ship tried in vain to land the killing shot, they came into range of our massive weapons arsenal, and each in turn was explosively disassembled. By mid-November, it was clear to Miyogi that a victory was no longer possible, and he angrily called for a retreat. 10 regiments had been lost in the assault, almost half their force. The Lyrans had suffered far worse. 90% of their materiel was destroyed, with 70% casualties across the board. For their sacrifice, the Force of Last Resort, of which only 5 individuals had survived, was awarded the Dragon Slayer's ribbon. Brewer was given the Medal of Honor and made Duke of Hesperus for his crucial role in assembling the ad hoc battalion. The story of the LCS Invincible, the Ionosphere's last warship, is legendary, but the ending is not what anyone would have wished for. On the return voyage to Tharkad, the ancient vessel's jump drive malfunctioned, and the ship with her crew vanished from existence. No trace of them has ever been found. It's often said that with her disappearance, warships as a whole passed into legend. This is essentially true, but not wholly accurate. Ignoring the discovery and subsequent destruction of SLS Tirpitz in the late 30th century, and the never-ending rumours of a hidden ComStar fleet, 2 nations are still known to possess warships in 3025. The first is the Taurian Concordat, where the decaying hulk of TCS Vandenberg can be found deep inside the Hades cluster. The Taurians have often mentioned their desire to bring this ancient Vincent-class corvette back into service and reclaim their former status as a naval power, but the cost of doing so would likely bankrupt the realm. The second is the Draconis Combine. 2 or 3 of the advanced Narukami-class destroyers had already been decommissioned before the Second Succession War was even underway. The damage was extensive and the enormous repair bill unjustifiable. 2 centuries of decay have only compounded those issues. These days, the derelicts drift aimlessly through space and are almost certainly beyond the abilities of the Kuritans to restore. More famously, DCS Togura still orbits above the ancestral home of House Kurita. Even before the battle at Hesperus, this Samarkand-class carrier was written off as being unspaceworthy, and has long since been abandoned. The warship lingers on as a curiosity, a reminder of a bygone era perhaps best left in the past. It remains unclear as to whether such awesomely destructive vessels will ever be constructed again. In 2853, House Humphreys reclaimed the planet Cursa. This had been the location from which SAFE had carried out Operation Cookie Jar, fabricating the existence of an SLDF cache and triggering the ComStar War. The Terran communications cult had been eerily quiet in the years since Raymond Karpov called an end to Operation Holy Shroud back in 2845. The successor states had lost faith in their neutrality, and so perhaps they were trying to avoid doing anything that might draw further attention to themselves. In an ironic twist, just one jump away from Cursa, a real weapons stockpile was discovered within the Foghorn Highlands on Lopez. The Primus had made it his mission to secure or destroy any facilities containing Starleague-era technology, and so dispatched a ROM team to Lopez while leaking word of the find to Liao on August 12th. When the CCAF arrived 3 weeks later, the ROM agents used the ensuing battle as cover to detonate the entire complex, keeping the priceless artifacts out of the hands of both successor states. The success on Lopez perhaps encouraged Karpov to renew his efforts to subvert the Great Houses. He believed that the indoctrination of Jeanette Marik and intention to use her as a puppet ruler was a good plan fumbled by his predecessor Toyama. The next year, he would task his organization with finding other heirs who he might be able to bring into the fold. Fighting on the Capellan front carried on into 2854. La Reconquista pushed into the Cyan Commonalty, taking Ipswich, Lukla, and Sappho, but the FWLM overreached by trying to grab Gudna too. The Northwind Highlanders beat them back, but lost a battalion in the effort. This was a rare victory for House Liao at this stage in the war, as Capellan logistics were on the verge of collapse. They could barely supply their forces at their current garrisons, let alone move troops around for an offensive. No matter their recent successes, few within the Freewells League could celebrate in 2854. It would in fact be a year of mourning. On March 9th, Captain General Charles Marik passed away after almost 33 years in office. His reign is a divisive one amongst historians. In a single year, he reversed every gain the League had made during the First Succession War that billions had died fighting for. He brought the wrath of ComStar onto his nation and allowed Parliament to run amok, nearly causing the destruction of his realm. These actions taken out of context look atrocious, but they only tell half the story. Charles's legacy is one of recovery in the face of insurmountable odds. In his first decade, he wisely focused post-war rebuilding efforts on the military, had no desire to get dragged into yet another succession war, worked to mitigate one of the League's biggest shortcomings in their intelligence agency, and for his efforts was duped into launching a preemptive strike to secure his territory. He then faced off with Konrad Toyama, the secret power behind the entire conflict. Marik called his bluff, and though he ultimately capitulated, Toyama was himself ruined by Charles's defiance. His MPs never believed his justification for the attack on the HBG at Oriente, and as such turned against him. Even still, his actions up to that point had won him allies among the nobility, rebuilding a relationship which his father Thaddeus had all but destroyed. His sons and daughter, and their children too, followed his example to enlist, fighting at the front lines alongside their soldiers in a way that few ruling families do, and many had given their lives in the effort. Charles's legacy is a complicated one, not without missteps, but in my estimation, he deserves a place alongside his grandfather Kenyon and their ancestors Albert and Marion as four of the finest leaders the Freewells League has seen. When word of his passing reached the front line, his eldest and only surviving son Gerald returned back to Atreus to be sworn in as the new Captain General. He was there for only 9 weeks before departing back to the front in order to lead the next wave of attacks against Steiner, leaving the governance of the realm in the trustworthy hands of Joost van Kamp. Alhina, Oliver and Wing were all taken that year, but Callison rebuffed their efforts. Nearby, the 12th Star Guard achieved their greatest extent with the addition of a 7th Regiment, Dundegel's Ironmen, making them by far the largest mercenary unit in existence at that moment, almost double their nearest rivals, the Elysian Rangers and Northwind Highlanders. The ruling family was not wholly united behind the new Captain General. His son Maxwell refused to be named heir, and instead declared his intention to follow in his great-aunt's footsteps by joining ComStar, later rising to the rank of Precentor. This was the first real coup of Karpov's latest scheme, and showed that not everyone within the Great House had accepted Charles's justification for the attack on his sister's HBG station. Maxwell would not be the last Marik to be initiated into the ComStar Order. Miyogi Kurita's campaign to take control of Hesperus may have ended unsuccessfully, but this was far from the only operation he had planned. 2854 saw the beginning of what would become known as the Marathon Offensive. The DCMS would move against both of their rivals more or less simultaneously, but we'll review the Lyran front first. The Warlord of Benjamin had been busy conducting their own minor campaign, expanding by another 2 systems in the years since the new coordinator came to power. In time, Camlanshire would become the focal point of the operation, but initially the campaign stretched along the entire length of the border, with no particular goal other than to seize whatever they could. Incursions into the Federation of Sky were driven back, with a raid on Constance being the only tangible success, but moves against the Tamar Pact showed more promise. Port Moresby and Satellitcha held on, but a raid on Degolan revealed a weakness there that a second attack soon exploited. On the Periphery end of the border, Planting and Ridderkirk changed hands. The Federated Sons half of the Marathon Offensive commenced with a raid in force on the infamous world of Kintari IV. The garrison there was near fanatical in their defense, as might be expected, but this worked to Kurita's favor. He exploited their desire to hunt down the evasive DCMS forces sent there, drawing ever more of the region's AFFS into what was only ever meant to be a diversion. The campaign would begin in earnest on June 10th, with an attack on Franklin and Lucerne, the latter of which would be the first outing for Big Kev's brigade, hired by the DCMS the previous year. Their weight in numbers helped offset their inexperience, and by the 3rd month, Lucerne as well as Franklin were both secured. Other Kuritan units unleashed hell on Ballantine, eradicating the Davion presence and virtually everything else on planet. Elsewhere, the invasions of Karnak and LeBlanc, which began the final string of attacks in mid-July, were driven back, the latter defeat coming on New Year's Day. Rochester proved another tough nut to crack. The battle raged for 11 months until the arrival of Big Kev's brigade turned the tables in their favour. The primary objective of the entire offensive, though, was the capture of Robinson. The Draconis March capital was hugely important to the defence of the region, and yet, since the fall of the Star League, had spent almost as much time under Kuritan occupation as under House Sandoval's own control. Coordinator Miyogi Kurita himself would lead the attack at the head of almost the entire Sword of Light Brigade, supported by an additional 10 regiments of conventional forces. They were evenly matched by Field Marshal Jerome Davion's force, who possessed only one fewer battlemech unit. Despite the relative parity in numbers, the skill of the Sword of Light started to shine through, and Davion soon found himself on the back foot. He repeatedly called for reinforcements, but so much was being dispatched to Kintari, what little did trickle in wasn't enough to offset his losses. Jerome's battle was only just beginning in 2854, and the planet would suffer immensely before it was over. In December, the DCMS next struck at Sonmin, then DeWitt in February, and Kestrel in July. The goal was to push right through to New Avalon, but believing such a thing was possible at this stage in the war was beyond optimistic. Every Kuritan was chased off in due course. The only gains they did make in 2855 came closer to the border, Al-Nadal and Kosa. The Lyran half of the offensive, now aided by the Red Baron's mercenary battalion, focused on the Tamar Pact in 2855, taking 4 more systems for Kurita, then a 5th when they converted their raid on Kellenfold to an occupation, creating an outrageously deep salient into the Kelswar realm. Only Moritz put up a resistance, though there was some small consolation for Steiner when a counterattack on Orbison by the newly hired Final Reckoning saw one of their first Succession War losses reversed. Gerald Marik's main objective for the year was to rebuild the Syrian Concordance. All 3 of their lost systems were wrestled out of the hands of either the Capellans or Lyrans. The former tried to curtail any further losses by augmenting their forces with another Merc unit, Damage Inc. The Andurian conflict continued as well, with Humphreys winning another 5 planets for their growing duchy, though 3 of those would be deemed inhospitable and abandoned by war's end. They followed this up in 2856 with 2 more conquests, though Rosendahl resisted their advances for the time being. The LCAF's defence was firming up across the realm in 2856, as they yet again beat back attempts by Kurita to take Mor and Satellitsha. With their morale boosted by these victories, Steiner caught the Draconis Combine off guard when they advanced into their territory, taking back the vulnerable Kellenfold a year after its capture, and also seizing Buckminster and Vega, the latter thanks to help from their newest mercs, Beck's battalion. Trolloc Prime proved too much for them at the moment, but they were not disheartened. The Marathon Offensive had become a bit of a damp squib. The armed forces of the Federated Sons countered every move the DCMS made in 2856. An attack on Solturul in January began the year, but went nowhere. Donoval and Raman held on, and in January the AFS finally secured a victory on Kintari, though it was one that had cost them dearly. Even though Peter Davion's forces were holding their ground, the campaign was grinding them down. No one was in any sort of position to relieve the forces on Robinson. By 2857, the writing was on the wall for the Draconis March capital, and the AFS began withdrawing their mercenaries from the planet. They immediately began looking for opportunities to employ them elsewhere, with the Xi'an hotheads launching a successful strike against Bene III in April. Kurita wasn't willing to give up the world yet, but a counter-invasion was turned back by the victorious troops. Davion would also hire Cupric Byzantium that year to aid in their defence. To ensure that they would not have to fight on two fronts at once, Capellan March forces maintained the pressure on the St. Ives commonalty. While they were repulsed from Spica, they managed to wrestle control of Hadnol away from Liao. For the second year in a row, the LCAF came out ahead of the DCMS. Port Moresby resisted a second attempt by Kurita to seize control of the system, though nearby Naja could not. 4 planets within the Dieron military district were targeted by Steiner, and all but Al-Nazl were taken. A dozen or so light-years away, the Freewells League moved to reclaim Alula Australis, but otherwise the border here was quiet. The Duchy of Andurian proved to be the only real hotspot along the Capellan border in the latter years of the Second Succession War. In 2857, House Humphreys secured Ithaca and Mataskogan, then Viribium and Claybrook the next year, though the latter was an arduous effort that cost both sides dearly. Kurita's efforts in 2858 centred around Camlanshire, but they could only manage to take Orestes, failing to gain a foothold on Caldria or Glenlivet. With the Kelsois forces struggling to hold on, a minor redistricting of the border provinces brought Lestrade forces further forward to assist. A large chunk of the Tamar Pact had been cut off, which the neighbouring Federation of Skye soon subsumed into Cannonshire, thereby creating Orkneyshire as the new Rimwood province of the Tamar Pact. For the most part, the LCAF continued to show the DCMS up on the field. Steiner focused on the former hegemony worlds where the population was less indoctrinated into the Combine way of life. Lambrecht held, but Lyon would become part of the Isle of Skye. One event in 2858 that highlighted the advantages and pitfalls of the Inner Sphere military's increasing dependence on mercenaries to do their job was the success of the Draconis Combine in convincing the massive 12th Starguard Brigade not to renew their contract with Steiner, and instead take up employment with the Dragon. At the drop of a hat, they had gained half a dozen regiments, while their rivals lost that number. It goes to show that it doesn't matter how loyal a unit is, if a better offer comes along, it can be difficult to turn it down. Of course, the Coordinator had a far more insidious way of ensuring their long-term loyalty, the infamous company store policy. The AFFS was doing its utmost to hold back the Dragon, repelling an assault on Crossing and taking Cassius from Galladon. However, this did little to distract the Federated Sons from their more significant defeat. In August 2858, the 4-year battle for Robinson came to an end. It was a campaign that would leave permanent scars on the Draconis March and relations between the two states. Miyogi Kurita's profligate use of WMDs had turned the planet's surface into an irradiated hellscape. A shocking total of 17 nuclear bombs had been used to scour the enemy defences, as well as vast quantities of chemical weapons and biological agents. The Coordinator would redeploy another 6 infantry regiments to the planet after his victory, probably dooming a great number of those soldiers to a lifetime of health complications brought on by the lingering after-effects of so many hazardous materials released into the atmosphere. With his new prize secure, Miyogi Kurita called a halt to the Marathon Offensive on December 9th. Robinson was very much a campaign straight out of the First Succession War, and that's reflected in the death toll. Somewhere between 450,000 to 2.2 million civilians were killed during the fight for Robinson, with another 4 million wounded. The chemical and biological attacks towards the end of the battle meant that this number would climb dramatically over the next 6 months. By January 19, 2859, approximately 8 million had succumbed to horrific illnesses, 12 million wounded would never fully recover, and another 79 million people were displaced, as several towns and cities had to be abandoned to the toxic clouds. We don't have enough surviving records from the Second Succession War to say for certain, but these horrendous figures most likely represent the greatest loss of life sustained by any one planet during the entire conflict. It was a human tragedy that would cement the belief among the people of the Draconis March that the entire Kuritan family was evil beyond redemption. In the latter half of the Second Succession War, the Free Wills League was undergoing a slight shift in its internal boundaries. During the ComStar War, the Marik Commonwealth had been outvoted in Parliament by rival power blocks, seriously hampering the Captain General's efforts to halt their enemy's advance and counteract the effects of ComStar's interdiction. This was something which his son Gerald Marik was eager to avoid a repeat of, should he ever find himself in the same boat. The Principality of Regulus had long been a thorn in his family's side, the shift from House Alage to Cameron Jones back in the 27th century having done little to change that state of affairs. The Duchy of Andurian had typically supported the Great House, but could potentially become another rival in the future, as they had grown more than any other province during the succession wars. Work to destabilize these provinces have resulted in Regulus losing 10 systems, while another 8 declared their independence from Andurian. The Marik Commonwealth, by contrast, picked up another pair of worlds closer to Terra, increasing its number of MPs in Parliament. 2859 saw the end of the almost 2-decade-long La Reconquista effort by the Grand Duchy of Oriente. Overall, it had been a tremendous success, but its final year was not so special. Anagasaki and Chengdu turned them back, and while A and Liao were taken, the Capellans enacted a scorched earth policy as they withdrew from the latter. Andurian forces also returned to Aquagia in 2859, over 20 years after they had abandoned it during the ComStar War. To their surprise, they found that FWLM Special Forces had been leading a popular uprising for pretty much that entire time. The population welcomed the League back as liberators. Loss of territory wasn't Liao's only concern, as Narhol's raiders returned back to Steiner employ after a decade of unhappy service with the Confederation. This loss was softened by the addition of Lothar's Fusiliers to the ranks of the Chesterton Reserves during the 2850s, the last mech regiments to be raised from scratch by the CCAF during the war. On January 20th, 2859, Elizabeth Steiner turned 19. Her birthday celebration saw the triumvirate peacefully pass control of the realm down to their young ward. To thank them for their faithful service, the new Archon immediately gave them tasks she knew would keep them well away from court, quite content to never see Henri de Calidor or Eliza Atten ever again. The former was given command of the 23rd Lyran Regulars, the only new mech regiment the LCAF would raise during the Long War. The latter was given the Herculean task of overseeing the relief effort for those displaced by foreign aggression. Rebecca Morgan had always supported her daughter, and you can see Elizabeth's gratitude in the contrasting job she gave her mother compared to the others, protecting endangered species with the Environmental Services Department. A few tit-for-tat actions continued along the Commonwealth Combine border in 2859, even after the end of the Marathon Offensive. The former took Atria, the latter Basiliano. The DCMS also contracted the Wildcards to supplement their abilities in the region. 2860 would see a pair of high-profile casualties for the two successor states. A raid on Sakhalin may have failed to achieve their intended objectives, but it did result in the death of the Lyran hero Henri de Calidor in only his first battle. Further forward, the War Griffins had just arrived on Krella after their contract with the Federated Sons had been terminated prematurely. In the final months of 2858, they had conducted a reconnaissance raid on Robinson to assess enemy strength and deployments. The intel was found to be sorely lacking when the AFS returned to the planet in early 2860, and the War Griffins took the lion's share of the blame for the way the counterattack unfolded. Their situation went from bad to worse when the Kuritans arrived on Krella in March. The Mercs were swiftly overwhelmed, but did manage to exact some vengeance on behalf of Steiner when they killed the despised Hugai Kurita. The few surviving mercenaries fled to the Periphery to join up with Hendrik Grimm. One of the most exposed systems along the border was the Tamar Domain's capital. Thinking that an invasion was likely imminent, the LCAF dispatched reinforcements to the planet and the staging grounds on nearby Severin. What they had not anticipated was for a trio of Kuritan mech regiments and 7 more conventional to hit Sakhalin again for the second time that year. There was little hope of repelling such a large force. The Kuritans further expanded their salient by taking Pilakua by year's end. 2 of the most contentious systems along the Marik-Steiner border were again the site of battles in 2860. The Freeworlds dispatched the Eridani Light Horse to raid Judonné, but this may have weakened their position further along the border. The Lyrans evened the score later that year when Magrez once again switched sides. Fresh defeat at the former Draconis March capital forced Prime Marshal Peter Davion to call a halt to operations along the Kuritan border. While the AFS reorganized for a much larger effort to reclaim the Robinson Bulge in a few years' time, First Prince Michael Davion tasked Peter with launching another offensive against House Liao. Operation Winter Garden aimed to create a large salient deep into the Capella commonality. The campaign got off to a strong start. The flag of the Federated Sons was soon flying over half a dozen new worlds. On September 19th, the Prime Marshal led an assault force of 2 battlemech and 8 conventional regiments to Camel. This should have been an overwhelming force, as they had yet to come up against any significant resistance. As the dropships descended through atmosphere, they came under withering anti-air fire. Among those hit by the AA that smashed into the planet's surface was Davion's command vessel, throwing the entire operation into complete disarray. As the Capellan Confederation has steadily lost ground to both of its neighbours during the Succession Wars, the realm had become increasingly narrow. Chancellor Lorelei Liao wisely saw an opportunity in this apparent vulnerability. She could hold much of her strength in reserve along the centre line of the Confederation and manoeuvre them to whichever front they were needed far quicker than Davion or Marik would have considered possible in their own territory. This is exactly what caught out Peter Davion, whose attack group had run face first into those reinforcements. The 3 attacks that were scheduled to begin after Camel were immediately called off, as the First Prince raced to restore some semblance of order to the campaign. In mid-October, the newly christened Operation Jade Castle struck again, this time against Alcyone and Daniels, 2 planets that the Federated Sons had taken all the way back in 2833 as part of Operation Leopard. With momentum on their side, the Capellans looked like they might be about to get the upper hand for the first time since the early days of Operation Celt. In their hour of deliverance, fate intervened in the most cruel way. Word of their success made it back to the Jade Palace on Cyan on October 18th. The next morning, Lorelei Liao suffered a stroke. She died 11 days later. Whatever destabilizing effect the loss of the Prime Marshal had had on the AFS, because of the structure of the CCAF, which places the Chancellor at the head of all operations and makes use of no ranks above Colonel, Lorelei's death at this crucial moment was so much worse. With no children to inherit her position, the Prefectorate selected her brother Dainmar to be the next Chancellor, though his lack of military experience was a serious concern. To cap it all off, Peter Davion had survived the crash landing and managed to evade capture. His task force was almost at the point of surrender when he waltzed back into their camp and took charge of the situation. The odds were stacked against them, but they were given a reprieve when Dainmar withdrew his forces from Camel back to a secondary defensive line, a major blunder to begin his term of office. With Jade Castle abandoned and Winter Garden now back under the Prime Marshal's control, the Confederation was facing a catastrophe. Gerald Marik's campaigns had seen some limited success in recovering their lost worlds, but the mood in the Freewells League was starting to shift as those in power questioned whether continuing the conflict was still prudent. The Captain General swore that he would not rest until all of their territory was reclaimed. Gerald's insistence on pursuing a course of war at a time when the Inner Sphere was beginning to seek a way out of it may have been his undoing. On March 3, 2861, he died suddenly from a heart attack. So goes the official story. There have been several suggestions over the years that members of Parliament took action to remove the Captain General, though these rumours are unsubstantiated. Marik's death was exactly the kind of opportunity that Raymond Karpov had been hoping for when he convinced Gerald's son Maxwell to join the ComStar Order. If he returned to stake his claim, Karpov could maneuver a puppet ruler into control of one of the successor states. But curiously, this never took place. Various histories of the era contradict each other on Maxwell's time of death. Some state that he had predeceased his father, potentially after coming to blows with the First Circuit over his disinterest in the Captain General's position. As such, it was left to his aunt Philippa Marik to step forward in his place. Undeterred by the missed opportunity, Raymond would welcome another young Marik scion into the Order the next year, Elizabeth Marik. Philippa's policy on the matter of peace was much more agreeable to the war-weary populace, the polar opposite of her brother Gerald's. She too has often been named as one of the conspirators against him, but again, no evidence of foul play has ever been uncovered. On the topic of succession, ComStar was also undergoing changes to bring it more in line with Raymond Karpov's vision for a technocratic secret society. The Doctrinal Edict of 2861 had given the Primus the power to name a chosen successor, as well as formalize the stratified organizational hierarchy. At the bottom were the Acolytes, then Adepts and Precentors above them. All other legacy roles were phased out. The First Circuit, which had expanded to 10 members back in 2857, remained the ruling council, answering only to the Primus. The militant ROM continued to expand, especially following the Vedder affair. Loki agent Rosemary Vedder had infiltrated ComStar 3 years prior and rose to the rank of Adept, sending highly classified intel back to the Commonwealth during that time. More than 36 other foreign agents in lower positions were discovered after the crackdown. Kurita's company store policy, their insidious plan to trap mercenaries in inescapable debt, leaving them no option but to sell off their unit and sign up as regulars, had netted them a number of cheap acquisitions over the decades. Despite their growing reputation for underhandedness, it did not deter others from signing up with the successor state, such as the Eisengrim in 2861. Another of their recent acquisitions had been the 12th Starguard just 3 years prior, but already there had been problems. The Ratfrags, one of the regiments within the mercenary brigade, had broken contract the previous year, citing a lack of payment. Tensions only escalated from there, until in 2861, the entire Starguard mutinied and returned to the Lyran Commonwealth, robbing Kurita of that same strength they had been so pleased to acquire. If there is a lesson to be learned, it is that once a mercenary command has reached sufficient size, it can be almost impossible to stop them from leaving if that's what they want to do. This loss did not deter them, however, and the consensus within the DCMS is that the company store program has been a net positive for the military. With Kurita still firm advocates of the policy to the present day 3025, it remains to be seen whether this will cause issues for them again in the future. The Federated Sun's juggernaut began moving again in 2861, this time with a greater focus on the St. Ives commonality. The 2 planets they had lost to Jade Castle were welcomed back into the Federated Suns, and another 5 border systems were added to the Capellan March. Daimar Liao seemed incapable of organising any sort of defence. By the mid-year, Michael Davion signed off on a bold plan to bring the war to a decisive end. A pair of daring raids were to be carried out by 2 of the best units within the AWFS, the 7th Crucis Lancers and Davion Assault Guards. Both understood that this could be a one-way trip. MIIO Intelligence placed the Chancellor in one of 2 locations, Cyan or St. Ives. Making use of uncolonized systems, they would journey to their targets and attempt to take Daimar hostage. The deeper of the 2 strikes took place first, shocking the Confederation that their enemy could reach their capital unopposed. It was the first time since Kurita had carried out skirmishing airspace raids in the New Avalon system that a successor state capital had been targeted, and not since the famous Tamar Tigers raided Luthien back in the opening months of the First Succession War had troops made landfall. The Crucis Lancers did not find their quarry and promptly departed before the overwhelming Capellan forces could corner them. On July 5th, the Davion Guards arrived at St. Ives aboard FSS Resolve. Leading them in this reckless action was Michael's own daughter, Melissa Davion. Splitting her forces, she held back the Chancellor's personal guard while the rest of her regiment rained fire on the Liao Palace where Daimar was sheltering. The Chancellor's only hope was that the Capellan Hussars could break through before the assault guards breached his bunker. They very nearly did when they isolated Melissa from the rest of her unit, but before they could capitalize, Lieutenant Colonel Zolanda Dugan charged their position. She gave her life to ensure the safety of the Davion Air, one of only 2 mechs the AWFS lost during the mission. Though the assault guards were driven back from the Chancellor's palace, Daimar was so shaken that he dispatched a messenger to New Avalon in order to discuss terms for a ceasefire. The First Prince was caught off guard by the Liao proposal. He wisely held off issuing a response until after the Winter Garden attack scheduled for January 2862 had gone ahead, netting 2 more easy victories. But after a Capellan raid hit Redfield, he saw that the time was right to send a reply. His starting point in the negotiations was a demand that he knew no successor lord could possibly accept. He wanted the Capellan government to recognize Federated Sun's authority over not just the Winter Garden conquests, but every system that had changed hands since the fall of the Star League. Daimar agreed at once, handing Michael a shocking political victory. The peace agreement brought the Second Succession War to an end for the worlds along the Davion-Liao border. With their flanks secure, the Federated Suns began redeploying their entire military to face off against the Draconis Combine. The DCMS were racing to take what they could from the Commonwealth before the Rimwood threat grew too great to continue. With aid from the Nightmare's Merc unit, Al-Hilla and Karbala fell to the Dragon, but on October 19th, Coordinator Miyogi Kurita called a halt to all military operations. The supply situation was critical for many of their frontline units, and an attack on Emporia staged by the Razelhaig regulars had to be abandoned. Steiner's other border was still under threat in 2862, as Magrez yet again became the site of a battle. The Eredani Light Horse returned to capture Ilion, but there had been so much destruction wrought on that planet that it was virtually uninhabited by war's end. Soon after, Captain General Philippa Marik also ordered her troops to cease combat operations, after agreeing to an armistice between her family and Steiner's, though not necessarily their states. Philippa's reasons for calling for peace were more than just appeasing her parliament and the sentiment of her people. Despite the humiliating terms Daimar Liao had agreed to with Davion, his military could now at least focus on the Freewells League. The newest regiment of the Chesterton Reserves landed on Ling and began to lay waste to any targets of opportunity. Efforts by the Orloff Grenadiers to drive them off ended in disaster. Only after the Fusiliers seized a great wealth of spare parts for themselves did they depart. By the dawn of 2863, it was clear that the war was winding down. The final moves came in the vicinity of Terra. The Marik militia were already risking the tenuous ceasefire with Steiner when they launched a raid on Calasan, while a larger Liao task force took control of the capital of the Syrian Concordance. The Federation of Sky were able to seize control of 2 more systems from the Kuzu prefecture. The very last gasp of the Second Succession War came in October 2863, when the famed stealths led a counterattack against the Kuritan occupation of Sakhalin. Control of the fabled unit had passed to Raymond Winfield, with the 2nd Battalion under the command of former starlet Angela Franks, the famous Black Pearl. The Combine's new defensive posture served them well, inflicting heavy casualties on the stealths. A flanking attack nearly destroyed the unit outright, but Franks intervened at a crucial moment, stopping the advance almost single-handedly. It cost Angela her life when the enemy landed a hit on our cockpit that took the head of our battlemaster clean off. As the enemy mechs advanced on our retreating unit, the Black Pearl seemingly returned from beyond the grave to fire one more weapon salvo, killing the Kuritan commander, causing the DCMS to rout. Sakhalin was secure, as was Angela Frank's legacy. The stealths would ultimately be disbanded for the final time after their victory on Sakhalin, passing into legend themselves. Winfield was made Duke of Treeline, and the planet was later renamed after him. His descendants today lead an LCAF regiment that maintains many of the traditions and combat doctrine of their ancestors, operating out of a planet which had once belonged to the Rimworld's Republic that had first birthed the stealths. With this battle's conclusion, operations came to a halt along all the successor state borders. By December 2863, few of the great houses had managed to reach an agreement or sign an official ceasefire, but for all intents and purposes, the Second Succession War was over. After more than 35 relentless years of carnage, the Second Succession War finally ran out of steam in 2863, grinding to a shuddering halt along all fronts. Just as was the case with its predecessor before, this did not happen because of any strong desire for peace, but simply because the great houses could no longer muster enough strength to wage war on one another. As soon as the firing stopped, aid and recovery teams were dispatched to the frontier worlds who had again been scarred by the depredations of war. For many, it was already too late. Though fewer planets had been subjected to orbital bombardments or mass WMD use, for those colonies that were hanging on by a thread after the first conflict, the commencement of the Second Succession War so soon after ruined any slim chance of survival. Since 2830, another 218 systems were abandoned or had their populations completely eradicated, and only 2 new colonies had been founded by people fleeing to the Periphery. Just as had happened before, the worlds lying outside the Inner Sphere were not spared the horrors of the Succession Wars, despite taking no part in the fighting. as almost half of those abandoned planets had been part of the Periphery. Most sources shy away from giving an estimate for the total number of casualties sustained during the Second Succession War, due to the complications with determining which of the two post-Star League conflicts are to blame for the countless people who died of starvation or disease. What little consensus there is tends to settle on a loose hundreds of millions dead, though how high that goes is anyone's guess. The number of people wounded or displaced is surely in the billions. However obscene the death toll might have been, it was insignificant compared to the First Succession War, and so those in power were able to disregard it with worrying ease. They were more interested in seeing what several generations of bloody conquest had won them. It's difficult to imagine that any were excited by the reports that soon crossed their desks. Even those who had managed to take and hold foreign lands had to face the reality that many planets had been rendered worthless by the fighting. Coupled with the interior worlds now abandoned and the loss of advanced technology they had all suffered, they found precious little to celebrate. Rather than touting any great victories to their people, the Successor Lords simply claimed that vanquishing their enemies was justification enough for so many lives spent, and would likely be the cause for resuming the conflict in the future. For as little as the balance in power between the great houses shifted during the early succession wars, the Inner Sphere had nonetheless undergone some significant changes in its borders in the 100 years since the Star League Civil War began. For starters, several states no longer existed. The Terran hegemony had at one time been a star empire of 125 systems, not counting the many shared worlds or periphery outposts. The last vestige of that government, ComStar, held only Terra. The Rimworld's Republic had colonized 245 systems, but lost 86 to Steiner's Operation Ulmerich, a defeat which ultimately brought down the government. Of the Forsaken Worlds, only 68 had managed to eke out a living, including the reborn Oberon Confederation. The rest had either evacuated or starved. The other Periphery realms had not been encroached upon by the Inner Sphere, but had nonetheless been forced to abandon several of their colonies. The Magistracy of Canopus and Taurian Concordat had lost 13 each, while the Outworlds Alliance had lost 62. They may have settled one new world, but 8 others had broken away to form their own microstate. Unfortunately, going it alone proved too great a challenge for Trader's Domain, and the fragile alliance would dissolve towards the end of the century. Of the successor states themselves, if any can be considered winners of the last 100 years of conflict, the most likely candidate is the Draconis Combine. They were the only realm to have expanded in both directions, establishing large salients into both of their rivals by the end of the Second Succession War. Reviewing the individual military districts, Benjamin and Razelhaig had both done well, losing almost nothing while making significant gains. Dieron had initially grown dramatically as it absorbed large chunks of the Terran hegemony, but more recently had been losing ground to all 3 of its neighbours. Galadon had seen some changes, but a balance was more or less maintained, whereas the only shift in Pesht had been those systems abandoned over the course of the war. Going from the strongest to the weakest, the Capellan Confederation was unquestionably the biggest loser so far. It had been steadily squeezed by both of its neighbours, and had almost no major successes on the battlefield. Tikonov may have expanded coreward into the old Terran hegemony, but the Free Worlds had pressed inwards, and any gains against the Federated Suns reversed. Sarna reclaimed part of Kenyan Marik salient, but Davion had taken a large chunk out of the Spinward side of the region, as they had for the Capella, Cyan and St. Ives commonalities too. The Free Worlds border had been very dynamic during the Second Succession War, but by the end of the conflict, the situation had more or less reset. Worst affected was Andurian, a region of space that Liao had seemingly only managed to retain control of thanks to the Star League Accords. It and the small Chesterton commonality would soon disappear altogether. The Lyran Commonwealth had mixed fortunes in the early succession wars. Before they had begun, Steiner had taken more territory during Operation Ulmerich than any other realm had managed since. Similar gains were made from the collapsing Terran hegemony. The First War had seen the Bolan Thumb more or less reclaimed, and the job was finished in the Second. They had steadily given ground to the Kuritans, but had still achieved some victories on that front. The Federation of Sky had proven itself a formidable bastion in the face of aggression from both major enemies, and even the Federated Suns. They were the only province to beat back the Draconis Combine. The Tamar Pact, by contrast, had suffered greatly, and their capital was now perilously close to the border. A Kuritan salient had forced them to cede control of the rimward tip of their province to House Lestrade. The Protectorate of Donegal, safely removed from the most dangerous foe, could boast about their strong performances, having gained far more along the rimward flank than they had lost. In 2837, the Freewills League had undergone a hard reset to their Succession War progress when the Captain General recalled all his forces from foreign territory in the wake of ComStar's communications interdiction. The hurt kept coming for them over the next 5 years, but they managed nonetheless to make a remarkable recovery by winning back most of those systems in the last 2 decades. The minor provinces in the Terran region had not fared so well. Both the Duchy of Kalidasa and Border Protectorate had been overrun in the First and Second Wars respectively. The Syrian Concordance had also lost its capital. The Marik Commonwealth had unexpectedly found itself on the front lines at one point, but managed to pull through. The Rim and Stuart commonalities had weathered the storm, as had the other minor provinces, Abbey District, Duchies of Graham, Marik and Tamarind, Principality of Gibson, and Regulum Free States. The Principality of Regulus may have avoided any actual conflict, but not so political fights, which saw it lose ground to its Corwood rival. The Grand Duchy of Oriente, who had shifted from the control of one noble house to another, and their vassal Duchy of Orloff, had managed to hold the line in the face of determined Liao assaults, but otherwise had achieved little. This was not so for the Duchy of Andurian, who despite losing several systems to independence movements, had undergone greater expansion than any other province of the Freewills League. The Federated Suns had an extremely tough time of things in the First Succession War, but against all odds had managed to recover most of its territory by war's end. Looking only at the Second though, it's a completely different story. They had the best performance of any great house in terms of systems taken. The Draconis March, now based out of the old capital at Tancredi IV, had been one of the most dynamic fronts of the war. In the Woodbine operational area, they had achieved some limited success, pushing up along the Outworlds Alliance border. At the other end, in the new Exeter operational area, they had managed to re-establish a vital Terran corridor. Their most notable loss came at Robinson, where the Kuritans sowed devastation using their full range of WMDs. The planet was still under occupation, and Davion was already working on plans to recover it. The Crucis March underwent no significant changes, save for the near disaster back in 2796. Paul Davion's reformation would hopefully ensure such a situation would never occur again. But the greatest change had come along the Capellan March border. Both the Cathal and New Syrtis operational areas had proven almost unstoppable as they expanded into Liao territory. These victories were tinged with an element of defeat. That region of space had been particularly scarred during the Second Succession War. As the enemy withdrew, they conducted a scorched earth policy, dooming any chances of survival for those left behind. While the common citizens held out hope that the fragile peace would last, and the nobility and politicians wished for time to incorporate their new territory into the realm, for the military leaders of the Inner Sphere who could not see beyond their next battle, all they cared about was the condition of their forces and how soon they might be able to launch the next attack, or might expect one coming their way. Even a cursory glance at the 2864 figures makes it clear just how abysmal the situation had become. Understanding the sorry state of affairs on the front line leaves no questions as to why the successor lords have been forced to seek a peace, regardless of their own personal leanings. Not since before the Age of War, when they were still proto-states huddling around the Terran hegemony, did the various armed forces of the Inner Sphere have such little available manpower and materiel. Furthermore, the warships that once threatened devastation on any world were now completely extinct. Throughout this series, we have highlighted whenever a battlemech regiment was destroyed in combat, but significant gaps in our knowledge paint a false picture. While we can be relatively accurate in pinpointing the moment at which the majority of Liao and Marik losses happened, the date of destruction for half of Davion's and 3/4 of Kurita and Steiner's mech casualties are unknown. Removing those from our map based on recorded 2864 deployments gives us our first accurate snapshot of the Inner Sphere militaries since the start of the war. There is a common misbelief that the 31st century militaries are weaker than at any prior point in the history of the successor states. While it is true that technological sophistication has continued to decline over the past century and a half, the great houses have actually been gradually rebuilding their strength in the years since their true nadir at the conclusion of the Second Succession War. Beginning with the Draconis Combine Mustered Soldiery, who at one time had been the preeminent power among the successor states, they had dropped from a high of equivalent strength to over 147 battlemech regiments, to under 119 by the time the Second War began, and continued to plummet down to less than 36. On paper, they had 92 regiments, but those had an average readiness level of just 40%. Some have described the Liao realm as the sick man of the Inner Sphere. If there was a point at which they ceased to be on par with the other great houses, it was the Second Succession War. Back in 2786, the humble Capellan Confederation armed forces could field a respectable 118 mech regiments. The rebuilding effort after the First Succession War had brought them back to almost 92. By 2864, if they were to condense what materiel they had left, they could barely scrape together 21 units. On paper, they could still call on 51 regiments with an average strength of 42%, but with such a paltry offering available, their reduction in territory was perhaps a blessing in disguise when it came to defense. The Lyran Commonwealth Armed Forces began the First War with 120 factory-fresh battlemech regiments, and had recovered to more or less that same number, albeit in a much sorrier state of repair. The Second Succession War had highlighted their poor condition, and they could now call on just 35 regiments worth of mechs. A 44% average strength put their 78 listed units slightly above the Inner Sphere norm. The Freewells League military had begun with ever so slightly less, around 119 regiments worth. They began the second conflict with just over 93, but now they too couldn't even field 35 if they were to consolidate what mechs remained to them. With a readiness rating of almost 49%, the 72 battlemech regiments were in a fantastic shape for the era. All of them were no doubt raring to go. Perhaps that's what some of the most delusional among their command structure were saying. The armed forces of the Federated Sons was the only realm to get close to the Combine in 2786, but they had taken a far greater beating in that first war, dropping from a high of 140 mech regiments in strength to just over 100 by the time the second began. Better successes in that later conflict meant that they had closed the gap to their rivals. All of their battlemechs combined now amassed to just under 35 units. Their roles still optimistically listed 81 regiments, plus one additional battalion, which together had a combat effectiveness of roughly 43%. For the sake of completeness, we'll mention now that the Periphery militaries had declined just as their Inner Sphere counterparts had. There was no realistic chance of them ever recovering to their Reunification War era figures or challenging the great houses. The technological and societal decay was as complete there as everywhere else. Mercenaries had seen their importance grow over the 80 years since Kerensky's departure. Though they had been as much victims of the war as everyone else had, their casualties were offset by an ever-increasing number of them. In 2786, they had accounted for less than 6% of the battlemech numbers across human space. By 2864, that figure had risen to over 15% and has continued to increase in the modern era. And that's only counting those units large enough to field at least a battalion. There are an uncountable number of smaller mercenary bands that field a company or less that don't make it into our figures. In contrast to the First Succession War, few formal peace agreements were reached by the warring parties. Only the humiliating concessions made by Danemar Liao and a limited restriction between Marik and Steiner that they would not target the other family's members held back the tide. Naturally, there was a desire by many to foster a stronger state of harmony, and that charge was led by the young Archon Elizabeth Steiner. Among her immediate neighbours, she found a like-minded individual in Philippa Marik, but Michael Davion was also amenable to talks. On November 9, 2864, an army of diplomats and civil servants from across the Inner Sphere converged on New Earth, hoping to formally agree an end to the succession wars. The peace talks could not have gotten off to a more inauspicious start. The Draconis Combine ambassador loudly declared that they had no intention of agreeing to a peace, nor did they even have the authority to discuss terms. They were simply there to observe proceedings. James Marik, the Freewells League ambassador, did not share his mother's temperament, losing Steiner the support she was sorely counting on. First Prince Michael Davion had tasked the Federated Sons ambassador, Luther Davion, with getting the others to agree to name him First Lord of the Star League. Such demands had sparked the succession wars in the first place, and were counter to everything Steiner was trying to achieve at New Earth. Lastly, the Capellan ambassador would not accept peace until all worlds taken by their neighbour states were returned to the Confederation, an impossible request. After 7 weeks of stalled talks, the participants threw up their hands in defeat. Each would return to their realm with news that no peace could be agreed, thus ensuring that a third succession war was all but inevitable. The Kuritan delegate would not even make it that far. He was arrested by the Lyran Intelligence Corps and executed as a spy. There was, of course, one other major faction involved in the Second Succession War, the one who had instigated the entire conflict in the first place, ComStar. Despite some missteps along the way, for them it had been a tremendous success. Jerome Blake's death set the ball in motion, and his successor Konrad Toyama had worked tirelessly to see his plans unfold on the grand stage. The Order had undergone a dramatic transformation following Raymond Karpov's takeover, to the point where it is almost unrecognizable to the ComStar of Blake's day. The debate continues as to how much of the fanaticism that became a hallmark of the ComStar Order was intended by Jerome when he first concocted the idea. What little we know suggests he only intended to use religion as a means to ensure his organization's survival. Operation Holy Shroud seems to conflict with his stated desires. Regardless, it is beyond question that ComStar's strength grew considerably over the course of the war. For them, the slaughter unleashed by the Great Houses had brought them one step closer to achieving their destiny. Their influence over the successor states had grown substantially, to the point where they were almost unchallengeable, and this trend seemed sure to continue. It could be argued that Raymond Karpov was the single most powerful person in existence at that point, puppet master to the petty successor lords, a man who could bend them to his own will. With him at the reins, Blessed Blake's vision of ComStar leading humanity into a new golden age would surely come true.